All right, let's see if this actually works now. Couldn't get any connection at all with my mic earlier. Okay. Mic check. Cam check. Baron's the first. It is the first. Wait, J-Mac was first. J-Mac's almost never first. Not almost, like actually never first. Is this your New Year's resolution, J-Mac? He's like, easy. Nah. New year, new you. My I think I said every time, my New Year's resolution is the same as it is every year. Like literally every year is the same. You guys want to know what that is? For those who've been there for a while, if you might remember what it is. That's Phil. All right, so my New Year's resolution is for any and every document in 2025 is to not write 2024 as a date on any document for the entire year. That is it. It's actually a lot harder than you think, especially in January. Because you'd be like, yo, you know, whatever date, whatever, 2024. And you're just like, oh, snap, it's 2025, right? And I've actually, so far, I think for the past 3 years, I've nailed it. I've actually, not once did I slip up. Now, I will say in 2021, I did slip up. Like, I for sure slipped up. And in 2020, I slipped up too as well. But I think in 2022, 2023, and 2024, so far, a 3-year streak of me keeping my New Year's resolution. But January is always the hardest month, man. January, February, like January and February are usually the hardest months, usually. Especially like, I'm gonna almost even say like my birthday, because like when people ask me about, you know, my birthday and how old I am at that point, you know, I have to count backwards the years or whatever. Well, I mean, I know my age, but I think about, okay, yeah, 1985, right? And then you initially want to say 2024, but you can't because it's, or, you know, the previous year, because it's still so close to the previous year that you want to say the previous year. You're like, no, you can't do that. You can't do that. January's a long month. Homies, what's up, man? My resolution is to not tell anyone your resolution. Smart. January, best month. What up, Machine? It's your birthday in January? It is in January, right? If I remember correctly. I don't know. Yeah. Okay, so I did remember that correctly. What am I gonna do now? Yeah, so I haven't played in the past day or two, so I don't even know where I'm at or what I was even doing.
Time is of the essence.
D'Lo is balling right now after leaving the Lakers. Wait, is Ben Simmons still there, or did he get traded out too? Ben Simmons still there. That dude, man. I honestly don't really know how to really feel about Simmons, man. Like originally it was safe and it was cool to clown him for the obvious, like, you know, well, non-performance of the end of his 76ers tenure, right? But then after that, though, it was kind of like, It is kind of sad at this point, though. I mean, some of it really is him. I mean, you just, having chronic injuries does just kind of suck. Like, some of it isn't really just him being a baby, whereas initially it was, right? Initially the whole, hack-a-bin strategy and you can't shoot free throws or, well, shoot at all, became a problem, right? But the constant back injuries or lower back injuries that's not his fault. And that part does suck. He's a walking triple-double in the past. Yeah, dude was he was like a smaller Shaq, if I had to put it, if I had to, what I mean by like smaller Shaq, I mean as, someone who obviously doesn't have a shooting game at all, but the rest of his game was really good to make up for the fact that he could not shoot. So he could do everything else but that. But you think about it nowadays in the NBA, it's like, yo, you can't shoot and you're in the NBA. Like, how is that a thing? Man, when you got, Joker sitting there like, shooting like, 33, 34 foot 3-pointers as a center, right? As a super athletic dad bod guy, chucking up threes from far beyond the arc at a 50% clip, right? Like, at this point, you're just like, wait a minute, what? Oh, God, that'd be... American-born players don't be dominating the league anymore. That's the crazy thing about it, is that what used to somewhat be important was just athleticism, right? Like Americans in general, we always value athleticism in any particular sport, because I mean that's I don't think I have to say why there, right? But then you have other nations that are kind of showing that you don't have to have the physique or the you know what I mean? Yeah, like you don't have to have the physique to be able to like to do the job, to perform. And you're seeing that like a lot now. I mean, literally like one of, if not the best quarterback in our era, Tom Brady literally had a dad bod, right? He was not athletic at all, right? Before he retired, like, he wasn't like a, Lamar Jackson or, he wasn't anything like that, and like never was. He was a pocket passer, a very efficient and extremely smart pocket passer. Is all he was. He wasn't exciting per se, but he got the job done. Now, granted, he's not, he's still American, but you get the point. Like, but you still see more Europeans that just, understanding the game and just playing well and having an impeccable strategy can just overcome the fact that you're just more athletically gifted, right?
Hello.
Now, if you got both, then that's then of course that's like the killer mentality. But I'll put it this way: you have two sides of the spectrum, right? So think about Joker, right, as one side of the spectrum, and then you think think of somebody who's super athletic that just doesn't have the mentality, the mindset to play the game well or to win well, right? John Morant is a good example of that, right? Like his athleticism is. And superstardom is, off the charts, but he just doesn't have that mentality that Joker has. You know what I'm saying? Like, but just imagine if John Morant had the approach that Joker has. Like the same outlook or approach to basketball with that type of athleticism, right? Like, insane. Anyways. Wait, your MVP has a damn. I know, right? And then of course you got people like Steph Curry, right? Who are, looks like an average individual with insane shooting abilities and decent handles too as well. I don't really think Steph Curry's handles are like as great as some people say, but it's not bad. It's certainly not bad. But when I watch, as someone who used to play a lot of basketball and like I was like street ball, like handles was like a major thing, like a big thing. Like we know what handles are, right? Like we know what good handles are, right? Like I think Steph Curry's handles are okay, slightly above average. But I think what makes Steph Curry's handles appear to be godlike or in that conversation is because of the way you have to guard him. Like if you're a defender, you don't have time to sit there and guard him appropriately, because the dude can sit there and spot up and shoot up with like a ridiculously fast release. Like he's not releasing at the top of his jump shot. Like Curry he normally doesn't release at the top of his jump shot at all. Like he's like by the time you reach for the ball, he already shot the ball. Right? Like he already shot the ball already. And given how accurate Curry has been throughout his career, you can't afford to sit there and give that tight defense, like that stick on him tight defense. You can't do that, because the moment you take a swipe or the moment that you plant, he already shot the ball. The moment that you thought you had the plant, the ball it's like already halfway to the basket. So like the way you have to guard Steph is different. You can't guard him in the same way. So like it makes when Steph does pump fakes or whatever like that, and people are like not planted or whatever, it's easy to catch them off guard, and Steph knows that. So he takes advantage of that. So his handles works for that situation. It has more value because of his shooting capabilities, not because he's a godlike ball handler. Right? You know what I mean? Like when I think of handles, I think of like Kyrie, obviously. Like Kyrie is who I think about. Curry has a personal buddy. Yeah, Draymond, I guess. True. But I mean, just like you know what I mean. But yeah, so like he's really good at knowing how to create space, because he knows that the defenders can't really guard him, as aggressive as they would like, because his jump shot's too quick. His release is too quick. Look, he's a very smart player on Curry's part. Don't get me wrong. He's an extremely smart player. But I just don't see his handles being, I wouldn't put him in the same conversation again as Kyrie or Jamal Crawford or Tim Hardaway or Allen Iverson or, nah.
Don't mind if I do.
Steve Nash, yeah, I forgot. Yeah. I totally forgot about Steve Nash. Yeah, Steve Nash is definitely up there, and Jason Williams. Yeah, like those guys. Yeah. Exceptional, what's going on, man? Oh, my new controller came in, by the way. That it kind of looks like a glove or like a hand looking thing that has like an analog stick that's like for your thumb or whatever. Like that finally came in. I'm actually excited to give that a try. Not necessarily for Path of Exile, but for other games like maybe shooter-ish type games, or even for Monster Hunter. For whenever I want to do like, you know, do bow or play bow. Coming for Wilds. Yeah, Wilds is gonna be nice.
That's quite nice.
That's gonna be nice. I wonder if they're gonna do like another demo before they release. Like another like, you know, small like weekend demo or something or whatever. I know they did that one beta already, but I missed that weekend unfortunately. Is that why work? I mean, you were here for during around that time. I think it was like honestly I think it was like really close to it was really close to expansion, wasn't it? D4 expansion during that time frame. So I think it was really because like by the way, anytime a new season starts, there's so much work that I'm doing like for the first 2 weeks or even 2 weeks. So like 2 weeks before the season, and then the week of the season, and the week after that is usually like a 4-month time span. Sorry, 4-week time span where I'm legit literally from waking up to going to bed. I'm like constantly doing some type of work, whether it's, you know, during a live stream or if I'm behind the scenes on Maxroll doing, you know, guide writing or whatever like that, or it's just so much work in that time frame that literally I miss anything. I miss literally in everything. Oh, I'm not gonna be missing this. No. I'm not missing WoW's release. No, that's not happening. That comes out at a very good time frame. Like the end of February should be the time frame where I should be winding down from season 7 anyway. So that will allow me to jump straight into it basically without me having to worry about any work on Maxroll or anything like that. So, well, until the mid-season patch comes, right? And then if I have to make any changes, I will. But until then, nah. I'll be able to play right when it releases, because I'll be like what, about a month? Because Wilds is what, the end of February 20 something, I think. Yeah, see, that's perfect timing. That's beautiful timing. So that will work out well.
Go on.
Mana. Lightning res. Got, oh, that says 20%, 3% chaos, right? That's actually quite a lot of chaos res. Ooh, mana. All right, let's see what we got here. Stun threshold. Boo. Reduce freeze duration. That's actually not terrible, honestly, considering that I never use a charm for it, and I should. If I can get a couple more, if I can get some movement speed on that, that'd be juicy. Let's see. Okay, increase evasion. Okay, let just be movement speed. Throwback, yeah. 20% increased movement speed. Dang. If that was if that had been 30%, man. I mean, 20% is not bad, and this is actually would be. Oh man, this is actually pretty. This is actually a really good boot versus what I normally get. I do give up lightning res though, and I hardly have any as it is. But at least I get chaos. But you know, I'll keep it. This is when I make a shift in different gear type boot, in a sense. You be playing like a power, and then maybe whiles after that.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of looking forward to something a little different, I guess you could say. Not that I don't like the game or the genre that I typically play the most of, but I need other things to do as well. And it may not necessarily mean playing like games within the same genre, you know what I mean? So when a new season does come, it's like, yeah, so like when like a new season of the game that I normally play comes back, like I'm playing something different than the loot generator. You know what I'm saying? Like, so you come back and you feel fresh. You're just like, oh yeah, I haven't done this in a while, right? Whereas obviously nothing wrong with, like, let's say, you know, Path of Exile, Diablo, Wilson, I'm gonna say Wilson, Lassie Pot type stuff. Nothing wrong with that by any means, obviously. But at the same time, you know, it is all kind of still like, it's a grind. It's like a similar grind-ish. You're doing it for hunting loot in the isometric point of view. You know what I mean? So while they feel different, the goal is like practically the same. I get burned out a lot, especially with JRPGs, but they're so much fun though. Cherry, what's happening? Happy New Year's, by the way. I wish games wouldn't overlap with each other, like Diablo seasons and Path of Exile 2 leagues, etc. Yeah, I guess the hopes is that, you know, that at least for me, I won't speak for anybody else, but the hopes is for me that the overlap is small. But I think honestly, like I said, with Monster Hunter Wilds coming around the corner, who knows what would be like the second game that I'll play at that point, like in like a serious manner. Like obviously there'll always be an action RPG thing because that's where I got the majority of my audience, and that's where you guys coming from. But Wilds might be that second game, right? And do I expect GGG to have an in-house trade system? No. Nope. This isn't to say that I don't. It's not. This isn't to say that I don't want it. I'm just saying that I don't see that happening. I do not see that happening at all. There's a new season of D4 coming January 21st. So probably like the week and a half before, I'll probably return to D4 and kind of do some stuff. And what I mean by do stuff is like more like start making planners, and I mean hopefully I think at that point we should get some patch notes sometime soon, so we know exactly what's going to, we know mostly what's going to change going into season 21, so we as build guide writers can actually get to writing the build guides, right? We can't do that right now until we get patch notes. Because we all know stuff is going to change between PTR and live, so without the live patch notes, we kind of can't do anything. Slipman, what's going on? Oh, I guess answer your question. So the price fixing on Trace site now is insane. That's gonna always be that's just gonna be the case in action RPGs. action RPG economy is one of the things you're gonna have to accept. It's never gonna. It's gonna have some good points, and then it's gonna go to shit. Basically, that's just. It just is what it is. You can't really get a good grasp or a control of it. There's gonna always be cheated, arm tiers. There's gonna always be botters. There's gonna always be a way to kind of game the system, or a glitch or something that allows somebody to do or farm a much more of something than they're supposed to be able to. It's gonna always be a problem. At this point, you just kind of just accept that. That it is what it is. I will say it is partly why I don't really have interest in trading in action RPGs. That's like a small reason why. Which is sad because, I mean, obviously trading is, part of the nature of games like this, right? Could they make a group solo stuff farm where you can only trade within your guild? There are ways to abuse that though, right? Like, what if you just join a guild for a little bit and then like leave that guild and then join a different guild that has items that you might want that your guild doesn't have, etc. I'm sure people will find some way to be able to like make solo self-found feel like it's just open trading just with extra steps. So I don't know how you would approach that. Honestly, I feel like for solo self-found, all they really need to do. Yo, he took a lot of kill. What are the affixes? I haven't even looked at this. No, I think. Oh, there you go. 83% more monster life. Okay, that explains that. Okay, I was wondering, like, dude he took some hits, man. Nah. But I think what I would like though is for solo self-found players to be able to convert currency. Like, that's the one thing I don't understand. Like, if there's anything that I have any gripe with in terms of solo self-found or a solo self-found league in this particular game, is why can't we convert our own currency? Our own currency, not to sell to anyone else or anything, but our own currency. Why can't we convert? Like, nothing bad will happen, or will it dishonor the feel of solo self-found because it's your currency. Like, that would make the, in my opinion, the mode considerably better if we could do that. Like, the amount of other currency I could have had, that I could have right now, like, that I could convert to something else would be crazy good. Found a reason to really like pick up different flasks or anything. Good thing I didn't do a boss on this map, man. Like 83% more health. I thought I rolled out the way of that. Ow, that hurt. That one shot at me. Pretty sure that was a one shot. I wonder if that was chaos energy.
Go on.
I was always told to corrupt these and see what happens. I feel like I'm never gonna get anything good out of that though. It's my life. Sure.
Yes. Until next time.
Well, that was unfortunate. I guess we'll go back though. Yeah, we got one more 15. Additional shrines. Additional experience gain. As long as I don't die.
Miasma.
Wait, did I find this waystone today or? I think it's like the third map I think I've been on without a waystone higher than 11. Unless I found that 14 today, I'm not sure. Oh, this ring doesn't have any rarity on it. I'm gonna have to go back to my other ring. Okay, that is.
Barely broke a sweat.
E7, what's going on, man? Happy New Year from Brazil. What is going on, sir? You lost sleep. Were you up? Were you up partying? Is that? I mean, if so, I mean that's a valid excuse.
Raining death. Too weak, too slow.
T9 Waystone. Yay, a 15.
Now this will come in handy.
All these on depth effects. Yeah, chill. Chill. How's it going? Honestly, just chill. Like I said, I don't really play unless I'm streaming, and so the past, I don't know, like 5-6 days, it's been kind of on and off. Like I stream one day, take the day, next day off. Mainly because there's kind of like a lot going on. So I'd say I've only played like for 3 days in the past like 6-7 days. So not much playing, but nothing wrong with that. You know, early access is for, you know, half a year, so at least half a year. There's nothing but time getting this character right. And then of course, if they do introduce new classes in early access, like let's say the Huntress or whatever, then you know, I'm gonna jump aboard that train for a bit because that sounds like something I'd like to play. But when I guess when looking at the other classes though, the other current classes don't really. I don't know. They don't really do it for me. I've never been a warrior type in the first place, but even looking at warrior gameplay, I'm like, nope. I thought about trying to monk, but like it's funny because monk kind of reminds me of how I felt about monk way back in Diablo 3 when I first tried monk. I was expecting like, I don't know, not that I thought this in gameplay or gameplay chores like that, but I don't know. Like when I think monk, weapon or no weapon, or quarterstaff, no quarterstaff, I guess I expect more like I don't know, flashier stuff. Like some of the best monk gameplay right now is very either sporadic looking, like just looks really awkward looking, or just a bop on the head with a quarterstaff. At least from what I've seen. But the bell play looks really cool. Like I like when people use bell. The bell looks awesome. But besides that, I don't know.
What can I do for you?
Like if there's any other class I would try, it would probably be monk. But I'm just not that I'm just not that interested in it right now. And everything else is just, I don't know. Like Sork doesn't really interest me. Like the builds I see for Sork are almost kind of reminds me of Diablo 4. Like Spark reminds me of like Lightning Spear Diablo 4, but not as cool looking. I also just don't see much of also don't see as much of the other stuff on Sork either. Like I think I saw someone try to play a Meteor build, but that lasted like for a short period of time. I realized that was a really tough for monk. Yeah, I saw that. I don't know though. Like nothing really like catches my eye, like my attention. Is like, oh man, I really want to try that sort of right now in terms of like classes or even builds on like builds on even like ranger or whatnot. Like I don't know. Like toxic growth is really the only thing that's really like that really has made me feel like, oh, okay, that's actually pretty cool. The synergy between the whatchamacallits are really cool. But I think that's also kind of like also the reason why like I guess taking my time is okay, because it's like, what else am I gonna do if I'm not like a big fan of the other stuff, right? Like if all I'm gonna do is toxic growth for now until I see other stuff, it's like I might as well not rush the process, because then I'm not gonna have anything else to do once I actually do trick this out at some point. You had to play the bow from level 1 to 14 to get ice, right? As a
Yes.
What can I do for you? Until next time.
what do we do with all these skill gems? Like I've been wondering about like this. It's like, yeah, like what do we do with all these skill gems? Like I don't know if like you kind of can't not pick them up, because well, I guess you can hover over them to see what level they are, right? I assume. I remember when you used to play yeah. So like,
Hello.
ironically enough, like there were a lot of different things I did like playing on the Demon Hunter. It took a while for the game to get to that point where I like that, but I don't know. I did like playing Wizard though. Wizard was fun. Like Frozen North was fun. I even played some Hydra stuff. And there was a time frame where I did do like POJ Monk when that first came out. That was pretty cool. Wait, did I finish the map? Yeah, I did finish the map, I think.
What is it? Here is the equipment I have.
So all like only 5 maps in the range. 7 map range. Contain breaches. We don't like the breach, whatchamacallits. Because I'm not really that big of a fan of breach. Wait, let me just see if I actually am done with this map. I think I am. Don't do it. I can use it later. I mean, I have so many gems. Like I'm not gonna use like 40 of them. 40 of them per level. Like, oh yeah, I am done. Like I'm gonna keep some like for a level, like maybe like 10 per level or something like that. But like, because like let's say I make 100, you know, I might not like more than 4 or 5 skills that I might think about playing with until I narrow it down to like 2 that I like or something. And I just buff it like that way, right? At that point, it's like I still have all these skill gems that I have nothing to do with. Why not buy stash tabs? I did buy stash tabs. Well, at least I bought tabs. I bought these tabs. This tab, this tab, this tab. I mean, I've already spent like $40. How much more money am I supposed to spend? And I don't trade, so it's like, it's not like I'm gonna have like a bunch of stuff sitting there waiting to trade with people, because I'm solo self-found. You have to do the trial. Some bosses are worse than Duriel. The trial is for you to ascend, but depending on your class and the ascension you're trying to go for, I mean, some of the ascensions don't really have much. They don't really do much for like your character or whatever. It's nice to ascend, don't get me wrong, but most ascensions usually don't make or break your whatchamacallit. I would still suggest that you do try it. Don't get me wrong, yes. Don't do the chaos. Well, I guess you have to do the chaos one in the campaign. The first 2 ascensions you definitely want to do. The third and fourth, it just depends on whether or not your build technically needs it. So I guess it's still more of a choice. 'Cause, I mean, you can pretty much do most of anything in the end game without ascending the 3rd or 4th time anyway. So at some point, I'm gonna stop picking up skill gems. Unless they're this is 19. Jesus, hurts. That hurt. What was that? That's a lot of projectiles. Nadia. Nadia domains, I would say it. How far are you? Like what kind of content are you doing right now? Or I guess where are you? Are you still in the campaign? Or are you started mapping yet? The skill gems would just like skill gems drop at a higher level the higher you go in mapping. I mean, keep in mind the highest skill gem you're gonna be able to drop on average. I mean, there are some that can drop. You know, you can drop a 19 technically. You know, on a not super juiced up map or whatever, and mapping, but like 11 out of 18 though, like you still got some. Like I put it this way, so you got T1 to T15 mapping, in which you have skill gems from like 12 to 18 or whatever that you can find. You're not going to be able to find level 18 skill gems in the campaign. That's just not going to happen. Otherwise, you won't have any sort of progression to look forward to once you start doing mapping. Once you're done with campaigning, you'll start seeing higher skill level gems or whatever. But keep in mind, as you level up your skills or like that, you know, the more mana they cost to be able to sustain said skill or whatever. So, I actually kind of like the progression of how the skill gems drop from campaign to mapping or whatever. Because your gear also gets better as you start mapping. Thus, there's more mana rolls on there or mana regen, and you know, more passive points you can make use of to kind of help you with that. So, I think the balance is mostly okay there. Yeah, but don't expect to see like, you know, those really high level gems to drop in campaign at low level like that. But in terms of ascending, I think you are going to want to do that. You're going to want to ascend at least once or twice, or at least learn how to ascend. As annoying as it might be, the first time around. How will you know when you're done the campaign? So if you're back in Act 1, it means you're on the second playthrough, but on cruel mode. Cruel mode means basically it's harder, meaning you're gonna get better gear and better stuff, but you got to go through the campaign again, or at least Act 1 to 3 again. Once you finish Act 1, 2, and 3 in cruel mode, which is where you are right now, then you'll be able to do mapping, and the game will make it very obvious that you're there. Good Lord, yeah. I mean, it's not anything that they haven't said, so it's not really. If you haven't been following, I guess, then you wouldn't know that. But yeah, I mean, if this is news that they kind of made public that was going to be the case. But like, if you're jumping in without like, you know, paying much attention to like the media press, or, you know, not really following the game itself, then you probably wouldn't have known that, which is fair. But your second time through the campaign should be a bit easier than the first time, because at least now you know how to fight the bosses and, you know, etc. And you should have better gear going into it as well. This. Yeah, you're welcome. I don't know, I'll pick that for her.
cloud.
Oh, map complete. Okay. I was walking around like Crypt seems to be pretty short, even though I don't really like Crypt at all. Concussion, range of path lies may eliminates everything I said. I think it's like the 4th or 5th time you told me that, Mr. King Titan. Except you told me that on YouTube. But what's up, sir? Is that what you're doing? Flood of mana. Sun threshold. 7% fire res. Whatever. We'll throw another one on there, see what happens. So it's always energy and shield at the next one. And maximum life. Ooh.
Greetings.
Do level 10 chaos, you can farm soul cores and sell and make a better divines. You're guaranteed at least 2 or 3 cores each. Ah, well,
What can
are you saying I should do that? Is that what you're recommending?
I'll be here, waiting. Greetings. Only take what is necessary. I'll be here, waiting.
It's up to you. Okay, well, you let me know how I can do that playing solo self-found. You know, solo self-found league. Or whatever they call it. And get back to me on that. So all these trading tips and stuff like that I'm getting, which are impossible for me to make use of because I'm literally solo self-found. As stated in the stream title, basically since day one since I've been playing Path of Exile.
I will overcome.
Divines are good for trading. Oh, you didn't know solo self-found? Well, that's what SSF stands for in the title. You know what? I'm gonna start like doing random titles on my stream, like completely random titles. Like I'm gonna be like, you know, I just married Taylor Swift on New Year's Day. Like just something completely unrelated to the game, just to see if like anybody's actually reading the titles. Because I missed that. Everybody misses the title, man. Everybody misses stream titles. Like it's such a common thing. Static Green, what's going on? And then every now and then you'll have that one guy where like you like misspell something in your stream title like all the way to the back end of the stream title. That will totally let you know that you did. And then you just become shocked because you're just like, wait a minute, you read the stream title? It's like, you did? Like, really you did? Whoa. Like, what was that like for you, man? Tell me give me your experience, man. Like how was that? like, can you rate your experience? I mean, I'm just Just saying. Right, I'm gonna get Twitch some feedback on that one. I'm well. Did you ring in? Did you ring in the new year? Well, I actually didn't really do much of anything, which is good. It's good. That's good. Like sometimes doing nothing is good. I do a lot on a daily basis, so sometimes just a good old nothing, just relaxing, can mean a lot. Which is kind of what I did. I didn't like go out or anything. Nadia, sorry. By the way, I recall you stating you taught music. I learned to play flute in high school. I'm like old now. How hard can it be to learn the music scale again? If you've done it before, Nadia, I don't know if you're still here or not, but if you've done it before, you don't technically you don't lose all of it. Like you might, I mean, you'll start and your, intonation might be bad initially, right? Just physical differences back when you were in high school versus now, but like you don't really lose it, if that makes sense. Like not completely. So like to pick it up and like do it again, you won't be as good as you were in high school, obviously, but all of it is not gone, in which you might think it is. You might think it is, and like it definitely isn't. Imagine if I had this attack speed. Is it muscle memory? Yeah. Is it what I think about Merc? I actually forgot about the class. We were sitting here talking about classes that I might play or might have interest in, and I actually totally forgot about the Merc. Forgot to mention the Merc. Probably tells you what I think about the Merc. I guess I don't like grenades in general, which is the Merc's best assets. Although there are some other Merc builds that aren't that, but like. Those are super expensive to build. The whole that kind of ordeal. But I don't know. Merc is just looks really clunky to me. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I mean, it should totally be different than the Ranger. But I just don't like that playstyle. Doesn't seem to suit me at all, honestly. Wait, is there a boss on this map? I know there's breach on this map, but we're not gonna do that right now. We'll do it towards the end.
Toxic rain.
I'm about to play right now. I feel like I'm playing D4 Road. Does it just look fancy, or like what gives you that similarity? I guess in play styles. Ow. Yeah. I would say this build is challenging. It's mechanically difficult to play well. I feel like I'm throwing spikes in the ground. You mean like caltraps, or? So like you think so? Like is the similarities with caltraps? Sort of. Ah, I see. Okay. All right, let's go kill the boss, or whatever that orange thing is. Usually the dark orange thing means boss, right? But I didn't know there was a boss in this map though. At least not that I knew of. Could be wrong. Why did I pick up that? This is like from the Taya build. Oh, was it Rain of Arrows? Or the the trap build, I guess I assume. That's saying Jupiter's cow traps. Actually, this one looks really cool. Like this one looks cooler than that. Like look at the animation. Okay, well maybe that's not the best view because it's like a little fur bat. Like look at that view. Like look at that. Like look how cool that looks. Like it does like an actual spin jump, you know, kind of sort of thing.
Now this will come in handy.
It's a nice graphics. Yeah, that's really cool. Relique, what's going on, man? Can the poison not be ignited? Yeah, it can be. Yeah. You can play that way. I could play that way, but I'd rather not play that way. I like using toxic growth. I find that way more fun than ignite. Meta skills. Chaos resistance. Actually, what you got here? Okay, bad. Also bad. Okay, good start. What else we got? 32 decks. Let's see. Accuracy. You know what? Let's see what you got. 91 maximum life. Almost feel like that's a low roll, even though it's not, but it just feels like a low roll. I'm not gonna be able to get double res past this point, so I'm probably just leave it alone. Here's Spirit.
Greetings. On with the
Yeah, so move that here.
Yo, Dark Side.
Mr. Sparkles,
We
what's up,
just
man?
got raided, son. You know how we do. Drop my new beat for these new viewers.
Sheezy out. What is up?
Sparkles raided my stream
Sparkles, what's
with
going
5
on?
views.
What's happening, sir? I am kind of just playing, I guess. But welcome aboard. I am new to Path of Exile in general. I went in playing Path of Exile 2 blind, so no videos ahead of time. Went solo self-found at that, which is, people say I'm like ballsy for doing so. But I'm having a great time. So I, you know. And also a completely customized build as well. Have I thought about doing Frozen Ranger? To be honest with you, I don't even like. Oh, you said you realize that the throne is from. It's a throne. Oh yeah, it's a Game of Thrones chair. Yeah. I honestly realize that I don't even like much of the Ranger skills. As much as I like the Ranger gameplay, I just think the skills are so vanilla. Lightning arrow is so like just it just looks like someone shooting an arrow, but just with lightning effects. Same thing with cold arrow, like like same thing. It's just the same exact animation, but just with a different visual effect. Poison burst is the same thing, just with a green effect on it. Even gas arrow kind of has the same animation itself from the character, so it just all looks the same, just with kind of like a different element. So like I just find a lot of skills just very vanilla. Like Rain of Arrows doesn't really do enough damage to kind of build around. Plus it just looks really not that interesting. But I use it as a crowd control for pen or whatever. So I do that. But I mean, most other stuff is just really not that interesting, which is the reason why I like Toxic Growth so much, because it's so different than anything else I can get on the Ranger, or anything else I can get in any other action RPG. Like I can't just go and play like Wolcen or Last Epoch and get this particular. Nah, don't get me wrong. Last Epoch has some baller Ranger skills. Don't get me wrong. But like I can't do that in this or in D2, D3, D4, or whatever. Like this is just so different. And the idea of being able to throw a gas thing on top of it to make it explode is a really cool mechanic. And it's really the only thing I have interest in right now in the Ranger. Everything else just feels so vanilla and like, I don't know, just dry to me. Like I'm not saying that there's anything bad with that. It's just that it just kind of bore me.
Toxic rain.
Like, I don't want to go around doing just this, like just shooting just like this, just with a different element. Like I can do that in many other action RPGs. Like, give me something fresh, right, or something different, and Toxic Growth does exactly that, which is why I'm interested in it. Okay, where is Breach? Breach is just on the other side then. Oh, there it is. Okay. So what I think about my build on bossing the first Citadels? Actually, it's actually really good for bossing, as long as I can kind of prep beforehand, especially. I actually think it's better for bossing than it is for like map clears, unless I throw in the AoE gem. It is hard on Breach though, because it's a setup build, so I have to like, so before I even activate Breach, I got to figure out how I'm going to want to expand out to not get overwhelmed so early or whatever. So it can be a little challenging that way. Like watch this. To start Breach, I gotta jump out so I don't get surrounded. Or like that happens. So I'll figure out a better way to deal with it at some point. But it's just the one weakness I have with the setup is that you just transition from solo self-found to trade. So solo self-found is definitely like a masochist way of playing, meaning it's just like hard and it's gonna take you forever to like get anything. So you have to kind of already be okay with that if that's the route you want to go. Since I've never really played Path of Exile before, I don't know what trading is like in general. So like for me, it's like not even like a I don't know. I don't know what the experiences of trading is like. So I don't know what I'm missing out on. You see what I'm saying? So like, it doesn't bother me that the route that I'm taking is just longer, because it's like, well, I don't even know what. I don't even know how good trade. I mean, I know trading is good, but you know, if I never do it, I never experience it, and I don't know what I'm missing out on, and that's okay. I actually prefer that. I always play solo self-found or trade in the future. I don't know, because like, here's the thing with trading. Here's the thing with trading for me. The moment I feel like I can do, I put it this way, the moment, like the faster I get to invalidating the content. And when I mean about invalidating the content, I mean like literally one-shotting everything, and the enemies no longer have like, can, you know, be a threat, you know, unless I make a mistake, you know. Well, I'm saying if I make a mistake, but like, you know, like nothing in the game threatens me because I'm just so strong, and I get there really quickly, then I kind of lose interest. I don't just bask in the fact that I'm like OP for that long period of time. I want to get to becoming OP, but I want to get there like in the sense of I killed my way there, or like I found the stuff on the way there, or I crafted my way there. If I were to trade my way there, then I kind of skip the majority of like the progression of getting the things per se. And I'll get there so fast to the point where unless the game can challenge me in more ways than one, I'm going to get bored quickly. You see what I'm saying? I had a friend, one of my friends actually wanted to, or wish I wasn't playing solo stuff. I was like, oh man, like this is back when he was doing like T15 mapping or whatever, and like I was like maybe T2, T3 mapping. Like I just got the mapping or whatever. And he's like, oh man, I wish you weren't solo stuff found, man. I could totally get you some gear real quick. You can jump straight to T15 with me, and you know, do T15 mapping with me. And like, while it's cool, like I really like the guy a lot. Like, you know, we're really good friends or whatever. At the same time, it's like, well, if I skip from T1 to T15 and there's not much left besides juicing T15 maps to make them juicier, to make them a little harder, then like I'm kind of mostly already there. Like, what else is there left to do? You know what I mean? Like, the journey's already almost over. So like, again, I don't see anything wrong with trading in general. Like, you know, if you notice, I don't ever talk bad about trading, ever. Like, I don't think that trading in the game is a bad thing at all. I do think that for my type of entertainment, or the way that I like to play games, per se, if I invalidate the challenge early, then it's not gonna hold my attention that long. It's part of the reason why, like, I'm still kind of, you know, I'm still playing this, right? I still play it. I mean, I like the game, right? But I think if I would have started doing T15 maps like 2.5 weeks ago, like 2 weeks ago, I probably wouldn't be playing right now. Like, you know, I'd be like, yeah, I have fun. You know, that was fun. That was great. I'll just wait until GGG does more stuff. Because at that point, just like, well, I mean, I done did everything, so. And if I can't, I just trade for the pieces that allow me to do everything. So, right, and then I'm done. You know, GG. There's lots more endgame at the T15 though. So when you say there's lots more in-game at the T15, what is it that you do? What is it that isn't mapping, T15 mapping, that you can do in Path of Exile? And I'm not talking about like just juicing the T15s to make them T16 plus. with 8 or 9 affixes that you've already technically have done on different maps, just all in one big mega map or something. Like give me something new that you haven't done on like from past T15. Even the pinnacle bosses are bosses you technically already fought before, kind of. I'm not saying anything bad about the end game at all. Like that's not where I'm going with that. But like once you reach that point, you've technically mostly done everything. You got ascendancy, I guess, right? There is that. But like, what else is there left other than like min-maxing the thing that you've already done, but to do a little bit faster, which is the, you know, point of all action RPGs is obviously to do just that. But if I get there so quickly, then I'm just like done. I'm done. Maybe not you, maybe not other players, but like. Doesn't matter what level of the rares you have. Oh, you mean level of the uniques? Somewhat. I have yet to find a useful unique I can wear and use, so I don't know. So I would love the Headhunter belt. That'd be great, but you know. And the interest in other characters? Not really. The Warrior is really boring. Like, I watched the Warrior gameplay. It looks really boring. Everybody's doing almost the exact same thing. Not to mention Warrior it's not really my archetype of play. Usually range stuff is. Spark doesn't really interest me at all. That looks like a watered down lightning spear from Diablo 4, to be honest with you, which I wasn't interested in Diablo 4. Monk, the Bell Monk kind of stuff is actually kind of cool. So if it doesn't be another class I would make, it would be that. But Mercenaries is really clunky looking. I don't like grenades. Grenades just feel kind of awkward and awful in my opinion. So Ranger's really the only class I like. Gels with me until Huntress comes out. I think Huntress will have to be pretty cool. But unfortunately, honestly, even on the Ranger, like, there's only one skill that I really like, and that's Toxic Growth. Every other skill feels like the exact same arrow and animation, just with a different element. Lightning arrow, cold arrow, gas arrow, poison burst, they all have the exact same animation, the exact same looking arrow. It just has a different color on it. That has it, like, you know, which gives it a different effect because it's a different element. But it's very vanilla to me. And the skill gems don't do enough. Not gems, but the support gems currently in early access, and those early access, doesn't really do enough to really make the skills feel like, well, different. Give me a different play style, right? That's the reason why I'm literally in love with Toxic Growth, because it's a completely different play style than like some of the other Ranger stuff you can do. Like if I just do this all day, where I just literally just hold down left click or whatever and run around, but I do that with Lightning Arrow instead, or I do that with Cold Arrow instead or whatnot, like it's almost feels the exact same way. Like, cool, it works, right? It's efficient, it does stuff, right? Sure. But I need more than just it's good. It needs to, you know, give me gameplay that gives me a dopamine hit other than things dying fast. And I know like that might not be the same case for everybody, right? Like maybe not most people really care about that. As long as things die fast, that's their dopamine hit. It's like, oh, you know, so I say what's going on. You know, for some people, the dopamine hit is like, oh, they died in one hit. I'm happy, right? Like they don't even care how the hit happens. Literally, they can just walk around, and the character looks in that direction, and everything dies. And like somebody might be like, yo, that's the build I want to play. But for me, I have to have more engagement than that. Like, cool. It, you know, yeah, it's powerful, it's strong, it does the thing. But if it doesn't feel satisfactory to me, I'm not gonna want to play it. Like that's almost like right above the next step of just like watching a bot play the game. In my opinion, it's like if I don't feel like I'm doing something, then I'm watching almost the gameplay itself almost. And right now, unfortunately, I feel like I feel like a chunk of the other classes kind of have that same feeling, right? And again, it's early access. There's gonna be more skill gems and more support gems, you know, coming along. But I think right now, it's actually a nice affix. I think right now there's just not, the other stuff is just not that engaging. Like I don't get excited watching other streamers play certain builds because I mean, I don't know. I find most of what's going on quite boring. I wish I didn't. Like I'm not saying that because to be a rebel or whatever you want to call it. Like I wish I didn't. But you know, increase cold damage. I'm curious to see what this quiver does. 8% attack speed. Such a low value. Or a low tier. But it does have potential though. Accuracy boo. Oh, projectile speed. If I can get plus whatever to project, I don't know how many prefixes do I already have. 1, 2. I already got 3 prefixes because of that freaking accuracy rating. So I'm pretty sure that what I would want would be a prefix. So it's not gonna happen. You should probably take your own desires and push them to the side. What they say to zero the content. It's okay, but just sacrifice your soul for the follows. You'll be all right. Whatever, we're gonna go for it. 33 decks. Eek. All right. You know what? We'll vow it and see what happens. Oh, 22% increased damage for doing that. Still don't think this is better than this though. Actually, it might be. Now that I did that, actually might be. Where we at? 82, 30, 80, 30. No, okay. It was close. But at least we have a backup to a backup. We'll hold on to it. I really like this quiver so much though, but I know this is a decrease. It's actually not much of a decrease. But it doesn't take into account whatchamacallit, does it? It's just 17. I have increased projectile speed here too. So it's basically attack speed versus bow skill damage is kind of what the difference is here. You know what? We'll do a map with the previous quiver. It's because we're getting 3 more acts, higher tiers and thirds. Well, yeah. So like I know what's coming, King Titan. I'm just saying for like right now. When people ask me what do I want to do right now, this is just my answer for right now. Well aware of what GGG is supposed to be doing in the future with the game.
What is it?
Yes.
Right? And I will be here for it, for sure. When they do it, I will be here for
Until
it.
next time.
Okay, so what do you think about the essentially like toxic growth so much you can use more AoE for toxic growth? What about using more gem lane to double gems for a for a Merc Ranger. I don't know. I don't know. It's not a bad idea. Tank Pounder, what a name. I guess Final Headhunter is Valor gonna make it worse potentially? Potentially, yes, but that's a very good item. So congratulations.
Yes.
Like definitely congratulations on that. You say you like the way I think. I think it's it's funny, but like Saucy the Noob is actually not. I know he was being cheeky, right? But ironically enough, he's not wrong. he's not wrong, right? I think my line of thinking is very doesn't produce enough drama, and therefore not as exciting enough for like traditional content or whatever like that. Like I have a more niche audience that would care more about what I think about stuff like that, right? Whereas, you know, if I was like a rager or you know, something like that, then you know.
Shut up and take my money.
Sosithano beat Cheerdex 1000.
So I'll say with the chair, appreciate you. The biddies. We're gonna go for it. Let's go for backwash. But I guess for a Merc Ranger King Titan, like what would the gameplay be? Like I need more than just a build thought, right?
Toxic rain.
Just thought it might be a good idea for you in the breaches. I think that what makes it fun for me right now is the fact that the fact that breaches are hard for me. Like I find that fun because I want to figure out how to solve the issue with the building I'm playing, right? Like I find that kind of problem solving fun, you know. So rather than be like, okay, I'm just gonna give up on, you know, the spec I'm doing and the build I'm playing, how do I solve the problem, right? So I do think I have a good solution for the starter breach, which was actually the hardest thing for me initially. Now I got to figure out what to do when it's in the smaller area and I'm kind of forced to be in it, I guess you could say. I'm sure I'll figure it out. What I don't like is that like you only get one shot at it, right? So like it's almost like you can't, like the game doesn't allow you to be able to like to afford to make mistakes or try things or whatever, right? Like you mess up once on the breach, that's kind of it. You got to go find another, or you know, breach a map tower or something, just so that you can have more breaches to practice on. Which I think is kind of an odd thing, but basically the same build, but you're using gem lane because you can use double the gems. That is a good point, actually. That's a very good point. I mean, it would probably take me forever to kind of build something like that. Now that I think about it, because I'm so found, so being able to like make a merc from scratch and kind of build all this back up will probably take a while, but it's a thought for the future.
Toxic rain.
Also, I wonder if Gemling survives the next round of nerfs. But that would be interesting though. Having twice as many toxic rings would be actually amazing. When Jay, what's going on? I grew on John Cleese. Maybe dry sarcastic, always in humor though. I will say having the extra attack speed help with the defense part of things. I feel like I'm a lot more nimble. So while the other quiver is technically a little stronger, this just feels easier, a little easier to deal with. Might be helpful for Breach too. We'll see.
Miasma.
I still think this song with Rihanna, like every time I hear the song, I always think who really pissed her off when she made the song. Cause she went in, like she went all the way in on the song. Like somebody pissed her off. Like, y'all, man, just pay her. Whoever it is, man, like, bro, just give her her money, man. Just give her her money, man. This, ooh, that almost killed me. Oh, throwback. La da da da. Snoop Dogg. You'll be the first to try because I don't see anyone people doing it on GT. I don't see anyone doing this even without Gemling. But yeah, I mean, if I did it, I mean, it would be like That's it. It'll take me a while to be able to get there and do it because, again, you know, solo self-found. It'll be one of those things that I have to, like, might want to consider during trading to do or something. Whoa, how did I get stuck? Bro, what was all that? Like, I was, like, stuck in animation forever. Whatever that was hitting at me. Okay, this breach. We'll do that later. Let's kill this boss real quick. Actually, what's outside of breach here? What you got? Jesus. Okay, got bosses here.
My sons begged me to hit you as they do.
Oh, you skipped all my whatchamacallits? Aw. I didn't see that attack coming. That was bad. That was really, really bad of me. Clever, what's going on, man?
What is it?
Like, I legit just stood right there, like, right in front of him. So that was terrible. T1 twice? Oof. I'm not gonna go any further on that. That's so bad.
Yes.
That's right. You also lose all the tower effects too. I actually forgot about that. Oh, I know what I'm gonna do. Attack time. It really doesn't seem like it's a lot, but it is. It's almost the same thing as having this particular gem in there. Like almost the exact same. Where's my other quiver at? This is almost like a middle ground. Because it's got a task speed in it too as well. I've already corrupted too, so I can't go any further. But also, it also has Dex on it. Whatever. I think we still can get a better quiver than that though. Moving on. Not much still on D4 grind. What are you up to there? I think this is a crypt. We'll do a crypt because he's got a boss.
Toxic rain.
Doesn't really kind of that build, but you know. I don't know. I think I'm kind of like on the back end of my grind now. Path of Exile 2 currently. Season 7 D4 is coming up soon, and I'm gonna have to prepare for builds for that on Maxroll. So there's that like coming like in the next week and a half ish, and then of course season 7 itself. So I don't know how much time I'd be able to dedicate into making a good setup of that. And no one really cares about PoE 2 content for me, to be honest with you. So like, if I want to get back into some sort of like rhythm YouTube wise, I guess you could say video wise, I might need to think about doing something else. But overall, I mean, I've had fun. But I don't see myself like grinding again, like, you know, at least the earlier hours that I did until like maybe Huntress come out or something, or there's like more changes to the game. Man, that quiver, I think I might have to go back to that quiver, man, because sure, it doesn't hit as hard, but man, that attack speed though.
Choking cloud.
Either that or just make a better quiver. Maybe I'll just gamble for quivers today. I could also use a projectile quiver at some point. +2, +3, +4 projectile. Well, +2 probably. I don't know if it can roll a +3 plus on the quiver. I know it can on the bow, but we're just gonna attack speed on the bow. I don't think I'm gonna attack speed on the bow either. But his bow is so good that it's just so hard to replace. But yeah, attack speed here, attack speed on gloves would be nice, attack speed on a quiver would be nice. So I just can only imagine like if I actually had like a decent amount of attack speed, how much better this would feel overall.
You there? Need something?
Oh, it's got expedition on this. Okay.
Need something?
Maverick was going on. So what skill is that? Toxic growth. I think it was called Toxic Ring in PoE 1, but I guess in PoE 2 they renamed it to Toxic Growth. Let's place the stuffs. Monster hits can't be evaded. Monster hits are always critical strikes. Alright, this is gonna be dangerous. You just roll the monk in Act 3. How you like the monk? I think I'm at 100 Andy's runs. And he was bugged, so you had to master stack it up. Gotcha. Wow, that hurt. I can't even see. Kind of want to go around because I can't see. Take that.
This will come in handy. Toxic rain.
Oh, what happened? No, exotic coinage. I guess I got stunned and I couldn't move. Oh well. Pretty fluid gameplay. Last squish shit in playing range though. I assume that for Monk for sure.
What is it?
Oh well. Rip map.
What can I do for you? Until next time.
I gotta stop trying to play in hallways like that or do those kind of mechanics in hallways like that, hallway maps. But I'm too stubborn to not do it. Let's do Ice Strike is pretty OP. I guess the monk gameplay I've seen, and I guess the most recent the two most recent monk gameplays stuff I've seen in recent has been rather, I don't know. I was watching like Rob plays like what looks like Diablo 3 Diablo 3 gameplay type thing. Gemling monk or whatever, and then I think DM's doing the ice strike thing where literally you just one bop stuff with your staff or whatever. I don't know, like I don't know. I personally get a little sad, isn't really the right word, but it's like there are some kind of really cool things, some really cool interaction things in the game, but they don't really get explored because they're not as strong, or they don't like they aren't one button type stuff. So what we see is, you know, the other stuff, and then like some of the cooler gameplay stuff kind of gets, you know, pushed to the side because it's not as efficient. It doesn't kill as fast, etc. Right? So that's like the case in almost every action RPG game, though. Like I feel like that always happens. Like initially, something comes out and it's like, oh, there's all this like cool stuff, right? You can do and get and whatnot. But then like the moment, you know, people find out the most efficient, least resistant type of gameplay stuff, all the cool things kind of just goes by the wayside, it seems like. the mods perform you too fast in in-game, so combat builds aren't efficient. Well, yeah, but I think that's kind of the point, though, right? It's supposed to link you with some sort of like level of difficulty. So when you can, I guess, one shot before the game can do the thing that it's supposed to do, then like the game is no longer the game anymore. It just becomes, you know, some cardboard boxes with the hit box or with the hit points above it. I think there needs to be a balance between that, though. Like, I mean, I'm not saying it should go one way or the other, but campaign and game. Yeah, I definitely like the campaign stuff. Act 1 is definitely my favorite, for sure. I think it's just the right amount of big. So for some reason you couldn't comment on here. You mean on like Twitch? Actually, I wonder if like YouTube is working. Like, I'm wondering if I'm like seeing the comments on YouTube though. Let me see. Yeah, so YouTube is working, but but I can't see the comments on YouTube. Huh. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I can't see the stuff on YouTube. I see. That's why you guys are not. I see. Okay, my bad. Yeah, I wonder why that's the case. Give me a second. Yeah, I was wondering because I couldn't. Like on my side, it doesn't show that you guys commented at all until like just now. Yeah, my bad. Hold on. Let me figure this out real quick. Platform. Hopefully I don't have to like restart it on YouTube. I shouldn't have to. Weird. Oh man, yeah, I have to connect and sign in. Yeah, I literally couldn't see any of them. Weird. All right, let me see something real quick. See if it actually works on both platforms then. There we go. There it is now, I think. Yeah, try commenting on like YouTube. It should work now. That's so weird. Yeah, totally my bad. I was totally not ignoring. Something must have happened like in the past day or so, 2 days.
In my sight.
Low key, I see you now. Dad, don't mess with us like that. Yeah, totally my bad. How far along are maps? Well, I mean, you mean like levels, or you mean like just?
Don't mind if I do.
I just kind of feel like maps are just kind of maps. Other than like,
Raining death.
you mean like the Atlas or whatever? Or? Haven't done any pinnacle bosses yet. I actually was excited to go for them, honestly, until I realized that they're basically campaign bosses that are, well, yeah, I'm just like, oh, okay, so they're not new. What are my goals? Honestly, I don't know. Honestly, just make. Initially, my goals was just to see if I could even do 15 map or T15 mapping with the completely customized build, like a completely custom build, like made up build. Because I wasn't even sure how this was gonna scale towards endgame. So now that I've done it, and done it pretty well, considering that my gear isn't all that great. I don't know what else is really left, I guess. Other than just like juicing the T15 maps more. But that's more of the same thing, just more modifiers. So I don't think there really is anything new, I guess, at this point. So just the final pinnacle boss. Well, I mean, granted, that's gonna take way more hours than I'm willing to do. Because pinnacle bosses are already hard to find as it is, right? Like, how many hours do people expect me to want to play to get to the final pinnacle boss? I like mapping, but mapping is not exciting enough for me to spend another 100 or 200 more hours to reach the final pinnacle boss, right? Like, sure, I would love to do that, but I don't know if it's really worth almost 200 hours of time to get a shot at it, right? I don't know. I don't know if it's that epic. You get snake bite, spine braces, or increase your poison damage. Yeah, but I don't want to increase my poison damage though. I'm a hit based build. Like all of my damage is burst.
Good eating.
So if I can increase my burst damage, I'd be more on for that. Right now it's just me getting better gear. Being solo fine obviously just takes a lot longer. But that's really about it at this point. This is a good gym actually, or a decent gym. The first two affixes are, I guess. But so okay, I'll just give me another slot. Just join softcore trade and become a currency millionaire. So you want me to play just play the economy? I don't know.
Do for you. Here is what we have.
I don't think I've ever been interesting enough in terms of trade economy. Like when I get off from work, that's not the thing that drives me, I guess. Some people love it. Some people love like trading in games, or you know, economy or game economy. I've never been that person. I was in Diablo 3, but I felt like I kind of had to. But the whole auction house thing was a different story. I'm glad I didn't have to do that anymore. But I remember coming home, or even being at work and literally just thinking about, oh man, that item's gonna sell. Like being stuck in the auction house, well, right there, or trying to auction house snipe or whatever. Like I ended up being on the auction house for more than I was playing the game. And I'm like, if that's the case, why don't I just play a game with a better auction house simulator? Right.
What luck.
Like, there's definitely better, you know, economy simulators than Diablo 3, right? At the time. I guess let's grab that. I kind of wasted that shrine, but oh well. Let's reroll that. Let's go Genesis 18 still. Wait. It's crazy a lot though. If I'm 10 levels above the mods I'm fighting, should I not be steamrolling them? Just wondering. Not necessarily. It could just be depending on your map, like your waystone modifications. Like you might have an affix on it that says 82% increased monster health or something, or like maybe a modifier that is completely like, I won't say bricks your build, but makes you do like almost like a counter to your build almost. So you can get modifiers like that can kind of make you feel like you're not doing something, like you're struggling or whatever. Which I think, honestly, when I go back to like looking at the waystones or juicing waystones and stuff like that, now that I've done this for a bit, I kind of wish there was a little bit more variety in terms of like the juicing is concerned. I love the aspect of being able to juice the difficulty. I do like that portion. Wow, that's a lot of that's a lot of evasion, right? So I like that portion of it, but at the same time, I do think that some of the modifiers are just things that you can almost do to yourself, right? You know, X amount of percent of monster health. Okay, well, if I technically want more, if I want to kill slower, I can just go with a less damaged bow. I can get myself technically, or monsters have X lightning penetration. Okay, well, cool. I can just lower my lightning res and get the same result. I feel like just there's quite a few modifiers that are things that just kind of follow the stats on your gear, or things that you kind of already have access to or can almost do yourself. Some of them, not all of them, obviously, but I think there's just a chunk of them, especially when it's like the elemental ones or fire, lightning, physical or more chaos, stuff like that. You take more of this, or it penetrates this amount of your resistances. It's like that's stuff that you can technically do to yourself if you want to artificially challenge yourself in that sense, right? I wish there was more creative ways to add difficulty versus things that I can. I mean, like I said, I can get myself. I have no problem, especially solo self-found. It's easy to just get myself. I don't need a waystone modifier to do that for me. Man, this started off well. Like, this chest started off well, and then gave me nothing else. Like that evasion, freaking godlike, right? And then it gave me nothing else. Like literally nothing else. Chaos it. I guess we can. Yeah, it's good enough to give it a try. Alright, so it took away part of my evasion to give me maximum health, which was a T3 maximum health. Let's do it again. Okay, yeah, that just destroyed my evasion rating. Alright, well, we tried. GG. With that being said, though, let me ask you a question, though, Maverick. What do I think of Period 2's crafting? There's definitely been different opinions on it. I personally kind of like it, but I also will say that I'm new to it, if that makes sense. Like, you know, this is the way of doing it, and Path of Exile 2 is just different, and so like, I like the idea of being able to take, you know, what would look like a shitty tier item, right, and then make it godlike. I like that idea of it. You know, your whites are valuable, your blues are valuable, your rares are obviously valuable. So your currency has more value throughout the game. What I don't like about it, honestly, is that your inventory space is so small, kind of, I guess, for lack of a better word. Or just items take up so much space in your inventory that making you want to try to pick up white items or blue items so therefore you can craft. Just becomes tedious because you have to kind of go back to town quite often if you want to pick up every good white base or every good blue base, right? You have to skip a lot of stuff if you want to like play one map and not go to town 2 or 3 times. So the game persuades you to pick up white bases and blue bases, but they don't give you the inventory space to do it. Or I won't say the inventory space to do it, but the items taking up as much space in your inventory just kind of just goes against the idea of wanting to pick up those things. So I just feel like it doesn't help you. Right. I think it's a decent system. I mean, more can be done with this, sure. But
What can I do?
like I said, I didn't do this in Path of Exile 1, so like for me, this is still kind of fresh, but I can probably see or understand from a veteran standpoint. Let's play a lot of Path of Exile 1 might not like how it is right now. They might think it's very vanilla or very boring or whatnot, and I can see that from their perspective, right? To me, it's still sort of fresh, so I'm okay with it. Lassie podcast best crafting. I agree. I 100% agree. Like 10,000% agree on that. Feels like gambling basically with the randomness of outcomes. That's kind of the whole game though, I think, Maverick, honestly. Like literally it's just the whole game. When you craft raystones, craft towers, craft precursor tablets, everything. It's like that. That just almost just seems to be the whole game, right? So like, I feel like that's just the fundamental part of the game. Whether I like it or not, it's a different story. But I just feel like that's just a fundamental part of the game. So I guess it's kind of to be expected. I guess randomness makes this game so good. I guess that's just weird because that complaint was, people tend to not like that level of randomness in any game. So I don't know. I don't think that's the reason. I don't think people love the randomness. There are other parts for sure. Randomness, I don't know if that's the draw. If anything, I see more complaints about that than anything. Wait, where is that tower? I just saw. Find my maps. Oh, like everywhere. Is it this one? No, it wasn't that one. It was like one that had like a bunch. There it is, a bunch of modifiers. Yeah, let's throw a 10 in there. Why not? I don't mind the crafting. Because yeah, last people have the best crafting. Yeah, I think I did say that, right? I think Path of Exile also has the best skill system too. Skill system and crafting. I don't think any action RPG comes close to Last Epoch skill system. I think PoE 2 skill system is okay. I think it's decent. I'm not in love with it, but I don't hate it either. But there really isn't as much of choice in terms of skills right now. And this also early access, so I kind of get it too. So it's kind of hard to see what it's going to end up being like, but I think in the current, there really isn't much of selections, and the support gems aren't really that great for a lot of builds. I oftentimes have a hard time finding enough support gems for the skills that I am using sometimes. For now. Six more classes coming out. Well, that's why I mentioned this early access, right? I always say that as early access because I'm aware that like the game is a work in progress, right? It's a work in progress.
Choking cloud.
But I do got to comment on it for what it is like right now, right? What we have right now, what they chose to release in early access, right? So if this is what they chose to release in early access, I have to comment on what's there. Despite knowing that, more is on the way. But I do hope that with the more on the way, that some of the more support gems would be more interesting. Having more doesn't necessarily make it better. Right? If it's more of the similar what we have right now, then I will still have the same opinion. And you can sit there and give me like 100 support gems, but if I still can't find decent ones that make sense with the skills that I'm using, then that's still bad, no matter how many you have. So hopefully it won't be that way, right? There's time. most weapon archetypes aren't even in the game. Swords, daggers, etc. Well, yeah, true. But like I said, I mean, if you release something, you know, then people are gonna talk about it. But you have to talk about what's there. But it'd be nice to kind of see almost how warrior would feel or how monk would feel with some of those things, right? I don't think ranger is going to be really affected by a lot of those things, but I would assume the melee class for sure would be. He said, unfortunately, me Lassie podcast has really great ideas, but I'm not the biggest fan of the combat. Yeah, see, that's the thing. No. I agree with you. I 100% agree with you. Honestly, I think Last Epoch has the best systems in general. But here's what I said about Last Epoch before. Like, I feel like Last Epoch needed to release like a year and a half before it did. I think it releasing back in February during a time frame where D4 wasn't doing great with season 3. Was a really bad season for Diablo at the time. So that's why it was kind of easy for people to kind of come over and like jump into Last Epoch because, season 3 was terrible for Diablo 4, right? And at the time, PoE was kind of like not like midway through their league, I think, too, as well. So people really weren't playing, like just like with any action RPG, once you're done with the league, you're kind of done. You'll come back and play the next league, seasonal stuff. So I think the release timing of it in terms of between the two games seasons was a good thing. But I think releasing so late into the market, I know they had to. I mean, they're an indie company. It takes a while to get things right and whatnot. I get it, but Last Epoch didn't get a chance to establish their player base, right? Before D4, like Diablo 4, gained its footing and, and then of course, obviously Path of Exile 2 and stuff like that. So like, had Last Epoch like released back versus to previous generation games, like, the original Path of Exile and, Diablo 3, if it would have released competing against those with the kind of combat it had, I think it would have fared better. But it feels like a previous gen action RPG, but you're releasing in a current gen market. Great ideas, don't get me wrong. Some awesome ideas, but you can't, like, the game has been in early access development for so long that the engine and everything is definitely like dated. You know what I mean? Like, unfortunately, like even the visuals itself also kind of almost feel kind of like MOBA-ish. Not MOBA, sorry, mobile. Like, like a phone game can kind of emulate your graphic fidelity in a sense. And again, that would have been okay last generation, but not this generation. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's just, I think the timing of it, the timing of Last Epoch's release was their demise. That's it. Had they released like 2 years ago and then kept adding things to it and maybe like, doing some fixing on the combat end of things, maybe updating the engine. I don't know. Had they been able to like update it to the, up until this point, it would have had a better shelf life, I think, in my opinion. Last Epoch development is way too slow. It's been so long since the last update. Well, yeah, I mean, there's only but so many developers that they got, which is why it took so long for them to release in the first place, to get out of early access, right? So there is that. But that also goes to show you that, they're in a, what do you call it? Had they released and developed a fan base before PoE 2 hype and before, Diablo 4, came out or whatever, then I think their fan base would have been more willing to wait and be more patient with stuff like that. New players are coming over from different games are not going to be that patient. Like the new players are just gonna swing with the hype. Whatever a content creator tells them what that they should play, they will play. Right? They're not gonna have any sort of loyalty to a game like that when the game hasn't really been out or hasn't have an established base for
Now this will
long.
come in handy.
And that's it. And the funny thing is that I called that back in February when everyone was saying, oh, Last Epoch is going to kill Diablo 4. Even people were going to, come over and play Path of Last Epoch over Path of Exile 1. Like people were saying, oh, this is like the perfect blend between the two games or whatever. And like, it's going to be at the top of the charts. And I'm just like, yeah, for a month, for a month or two. Like I saw that coming way ahead of time. And it's not that it's a bad game. Last Epoch is definitely not a bad game. It's got some of the best ideas in the industry. Their timing is just their release timing is just bad. That's it. Release timing and dated engines, but they missed the win of the game. Action RPG share, yeah, which is unfortunate. It's unfortunate. They're cool guys. The devs are cool guys, man. Like I watch their dev streams every now and then. Like they're really cool guys. But, it is what it is. Gosh, why do y'all keep doing that? Adding on his... Those are all of my suffixes are gone. Sorry, my prefixes are gone. All of them. I guess I'm ruined.
What can I do?
I'm ruined that. I do hope that they do make a comeback though. I'm all for more competition in the genre. The more competition, the better, in my opinion. So I'm gonna always be rooting for a Last Epoch on the back end, even if they never really gain, if they just become just that niche action RPG, just like Grim Dawn was. Like Grim Dawn was a good game too, but I think it suffered the same fate, where it just the release, just when it released, I guess you could say, had Grim Dawn and Path of Exile like switch release, I think like if Grim Dawn would have launched when Path of Exile originally did, I think Grim Dawn would have probably been the bigger action RPG. Simply just because that they couldn't have released at a better point of time when people were just so pissed at Diablo 3, like, and they wanted something closer to D2. Like Path of Exile filled that void, despite the fact that Path of Exile originally when it launched was not a great game. It was okay at best. It had a lot of problems, but it was the closest thing to D2, and people latched onto it. And then of course it got better and better and better and better over time. But yeah. Got some very good ideas for balancing trade. So yeah, that too, man. I love that Last Epoch so found idea. Like that's the best way to go about it. Right? I don't wish Last Epoch to improve, but imagine there are 3 action RPGs to play. What to play then? No, so like I guess the thing is always like you never want any company to become complacent. We want to pretend that companies care about us at the end of the day, right? Like, and I'm not going to sit there and say that there aren't people in the company that don't care about us. Obviously, the lower level people care about what we do because they're probably one of us. They like the game and they want to make good games. But the people who run the companies don't give a shit about what we think or what we do, as long as it makes them money at the end of the day. Because a company is just that, right? Like the high end top of the year company is all about making money. Without money, a company doesn't exist. That's its only goal or care in the world. So you never want a company to become complacent and thinking that they don't need to innovate or continue to push the bounds. So the more competition in your market, the better. Always. Always. It's going to always end up with a better product for the consumer. It doesn't matter who is in the market or whatever like that. Now, it might make it harder for people to come into the market to make a good product, but then it just raises the bar at that point. It's like, okay, well, you have to reach this bar of these 4 or 5 games that are competing against each other for you to even enter in the market. Which again, at that point, just makes a better quality product because now the company's going, okay, well, I actually have to spend money and really actually care about these things to really compete against these other players. Well, yeah, you do. So the more competition, the better. So you definitely want, like I want Last Epoch to succeed. Yeah, I hope that they have a good combat story where they come out with like some like awesome content that, you know, they haven't talked about or whatever, and can surprise us with some like absolute bangers. Like I would love to see that, especially since it, again, in my opinion, has some of the best systems in the business. Best crafting, best skill tree by a long shot. Skill tree, especially by a long shot. Best solo self-found mode, best trading. Just, you know what I mean? Like, where I want to go. Some. Oh, I didn't even use this yet. Sure. We'll do that here. Actually, wait a minute. Where was I? Was that a tower? I was talking so much that I don't even remember where I was. What was I doing? Actually, where? New question. How do I find myself on the map in terms of where I was? What's the quick hotkey for it? Yeah, where was I? I literally just finished a tower. I don't remember where I was. No, I was here. No. Okay, no, this is where I'm going, but where was I before that? Gosh dang it, I totally didn't. Yeah, my bad. I guess I'm about to figure out what tower that was. I should have been paying attention. Oh well. The tower somewhere. I'm on a, yeah, but I mean, I was on a tower before that. I just don't remember what tower it was. I just did it, and then I put in a different map for something different. But I don't think I put anything in the tower itself. Wherever I was. Cause yeah, I wasn't paying attention. I wasn't paying attention. No, I don't know where it was. Where did I do it? Wasn't there. No. I guess there's several towers I should do though. I guess. I just don't like doing towers though. Towers are so freaking boring. And there's so many of them. Oh well. Alright, well. Alright, we're just gonna go. We're just gonna go. Oh man. Let me switch quivers while I'm at it though. What's this one with the attack speed? Am I enjoying PvE2 overall? Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I am. So for me, honestly, like combat is like probably like the number one important thing for me. If I enjoy your combat enough to want to play a lot, then everything else is kind of a bonus. It's probably like the weirdest way to look at it from an action RPG standpoint, but that literally is kind of how it is for me. Which is why I like the Diablo stuff for so long, because despite the many shortcomings in the other aspects of their games, the combat has been something that they've always nailed really well in terms of the polish is concerned. So I kept playing. It's why I didn't play PoE 1, because I didn't like the combat, despite the other things that I did like. But I do enjoy Path of Exile too. I'm having fun with it.
That's quite nice.
Path of Exile combat kind of quickly turned into a right to quick summon there. I'm hoping that doesn't happen here. I'm seeing that in some of the newer builds right now, and I'm like really worried about that. Because I love the campaign. The campaign was felt really good. In terms of the pacing is concerned. And the end game is kind of getting to the point on a lot of setups where people are purposely trying to build for one button combat again. I'm just like, no, please don't tell me this is possible. I don't want to see that.
Local.
I love the combo stuff in Path of Exile too.
Too weak, too slow.
Do you think they'll nerf it out because they said they don't want you to just be able to use one skill? Well, yeah, I think the idea that we have space in our skill bar is also kind of telling too as well. Like, I know we don't really have movement skills or mobility skills, which would mostly fill out the rest of the bars, right? But the idea that we still have room where people like literally have half of this pretty empty down here in the bottom right, it's just not good. Like, that's just not good in my opinion. Like you should want to put more skills there, even if it is for like specific scenario or something. I don't know. For the fact that literally almost everybody I've seen or whatever like that have empty skills, including myself. And I use like 3 different skills on rotation on like normally. Still kind of feels pretty empty. Yeah, why can't I put the thing there? Whatever, we'll just detonate.
Inner gambling.
Toxic rain. Lethal.
Is there anything else? I guess we'll go right. Your gym. You allow streams as more skills come out in balance packages, and it'll be tough juggling that until everything is made available to test. And that feels pretty bare bones. I think honestly though, T-Bone Tickler, see this build is pretty sick. I'm seeing them play. This is a custom build. I did solo self out on purpose. And I also just made a custom build. So my goal was actually just to see if I can make a custom build work all the way to T15. Like that was like the original goal, doing solo self-found. So definitely a challenge because obviously it takes a lot of gear without trading. But I love the play style of it. Like the idea of like layering different skills. I have one for crowd control, which is random arrows for the pin. Stack up stuff real quick. Oh, she left. I had a whole thing. Really? I forgot how annoying she was. I knew it. I was way too far back. And I forgot about that attack. That was bad. That was so bad. I was so far back in that thing that I was just gonna die. I probably should have just ran. I panicked.
Speak. Yes.
Alright. Hey, we have a good start to this quiver. Except for the lightning damage. Critical straight damage. Those are all prefixes, right? No, one suffix. Two suffixes, actually. Alright, so we still got room for... It's still a suffix, though, so I still got two prefixes. See if we get lucky. Accuracy rating. Alright.
Good eating.
You know what? We'll give it a shot. 2 to 3 physical damage.
Hello.
Ouch.
Hello. Good eatings. Good eating.
Bad. Alright, let's go back to my old quiver. It just definitely has more oomph. Is it this one? No, it's this one. I'm about to just get more attack speed in general, like in all three places, really. It's gonna be a minute. Actually, do I have any other gloves? Fire damage. Of course, it would do that. I thought I had a pair of gloves with some attack speed on it that I kept. but I couldn't wear because it didn't have other stuff. This has rarity though. It's 8% rarity though. All right, well. We go again. Oh, I forgot what I was saying. Yeah, so T-Bone declare. I guess my thing is just like I guess I get concerned because it's like there's gonna be a lot of people that are gonna be really upset with the next patch that's coming. Like all the people who've been, you know, investing in these like really like insane builds right now. They're out there, they're out in the market. And when GGG comes in and, you know, guts a few, like quite a bit of them, there's gonna be a lot of people that are going to complain about that. It's like, well, I spent this, and you know, and some people have spent real money on gear already because apparently that's a big thing right now. And RMT already in the early access. But there's gonna be just. And I guess a lot of it's because of the fact that, you know, people have been playing with these strong builds for quite some time. And it's because obviously GGG's on Christmas break and they're, you know, taking a break and, you know, going on vacation and whatnot. So we knew that. But the fact of the matter is that it's been going on for a while. People might actually think, oh, this is just going to be it's just going to be this way. And the hope is that it's not, but I wonder how GGG is going to approach it, knowing that people are going to be really upset with the amount of nerfing that's they're most likely are going to partake in, right? Like, how will the rest of the community really feel at that point? So, like, that's kind of my thought, and also concern. It's like, are they going to bend to, you know, that portion of the players, or are they going to kind of stick to their guns? I think you have to bend it off and come out swinging. Yeah, me too. Honestly, all the things. Every class got some really just, you know, overscaling stuff, or just completely like bonkers, invalidating or game invalidating things. I think that's probably the best way to say it. It's not that builds shouldn't be strong, but like when it comes to the point where something can invalidate the entire game, like legit the entire game, where there's no threat to you or no resistance to you at all, that's a bit too strong. It's early access, big sweep and balance changes should be expected. Well, yes, that's logically yes, Maverick, that is the case. But there's been a lot of complaining about balance changes they already did already. You know, changes that end up ruining people's builds, or, you know, whatever like that. There were like quite a bit of, you know, complaints there. So like, people who know that it's early access were still complaining about it. Right? But obviously they're going to, like, it's early access, that's to be expected. But even some, not a lot, not all, and not even a lot, but some big content creators, you know, were complaining about it. And one of them actually was like, well, I'm not even going to play right now because He said he wasn't gonna play right now, but then 2 days later he ended up streaming again. But he was like, I don't even know what to do. Like 3 of my builds got nerfed, or whatever. I don't want to go back to the campaign and make another whatever again. Now I do understand the whole like, you know, respecing thing, right? Like, or you know that sucks when your build is nerfed or whatever in early access. I think respecing should be easier because of it. But the fact that he really thought that those builds that he was playing was not gonna get nerfed is just quite hilarious. But he was still complaining, and the people in this chat were just like, yeah, FGGG for this and this and this, and I'm just like, really? Like, what do you, I mean, what'd you really expect them to do, like, in early access? To builds that can validate the game cost 100 plus divs. Yeah, but I mean, should we be rating that in terms of like economy, like, or economic costs in a sense? Considering that the economy is gonna be the economy, right? Eventually, the more you play, the more things that are out there, so there'll be more supply for the demand, and then things kind of gets cheaper. But at the same time, there'll be inflation because, well, you know. But I guess it just in general, I just don't think any build, anything should be able to completely invalidate the content. You should not be able to one-shot pinnacle bosses. I'll put it that way. That should not be a thing. Maybe that's probably like the limit there. Maybe, I don't know. Like, why am I Billy Badass on crew control until I get to the count? Is gear really that important? I mean, yeah. Early on, the game is like the hardest at the start because you don't have anything. So at the start, it's just like the game feels like Dark Souls, like a Souls-like almost at the start, because you have nothing. And you're scared of everything because you have nothing. You haven't seen the div yet? I think I found maybe like 6 or 7 of them, roughly. And I'm not really even like blasting or grinding. I play like maybe 4 or 5 hours a day, so I honestly just think it's just like random. I actually don't even want divines, honestly. Like as a solo self-found player, like divines have way less value for me. That's why I wish currency exchange was a thing. And solo self-found like that, where I don't say exchange, but like, you know, yeah, be able to like convert currencies or whatever. Yeah, T-bone tickler. That literally that's exactly why when people ask me why did I do solo stuff, I think that that was partially the reason why. Like the moment I feel like I skip all the way to the very last thing to do technically, then I won't have anything else left to do besides continue to try to skip even more, I guess, right? I don't know. I know like solo self-found right now is brutal, at least the state that it's in currently. But man, I promise you, if I was doing T15 maps like 2 weeks ago, like I don't know if I would be playing as much right now, just because I wouldn't have anything else ready to do. Wait, 45 monsters remain? What area did I not touch? Oh, I guess over there maybe. You got any numbers? You have to kind of do the same thing too, J-Matt. You said the same thing, like you said the game would die if it wasn't for the trade. Do you have any numbers? You have to show the numbers you're asking him to show. 5676, what's going on, man? I will say, I mean, obviously there is a much bigger trade scene. Obviously, I think there is no denying that. But I also think that the game is good enough that if trade wasn't a thing, people still would play the game. Like if I put it this way, if you can't trade, if you play this, like if you like just say that they pretty much just prevented trading, but made solo self-found better in some ways, you think like a lot of people are just gonna just quit the game, totally, like they can just be like, you know what, I'm not even gonna play the game anymore. Like they like the game a lot, but you think they're gonna just outright just like quit the game? Some will. Like, don't get me wrong. Like those, like there will be people that will, but I doubt that you'll have a mass exodus of Path of Exile 2 just dies if that was the case. No, they'll deal with it. They'll gripe and be pissed off and say all different types of stuff about GGG, but they'll absolutely still, most of them will still play the game because it's a good game and they like the game. But they'll still curse GGG, don't get me wrong. Like they will absolutely curse GGG, just like they did in several, like 2 leagues in which they didn't, you know, when people were real pissed about, you know, at GGG for 2 different leagues, I think that happened. Yeah, I mean they still played, but they just cursed Chris Wilson the entire time. But they still played the game. But I trade for the, oh yeah, it has a lot. Oh yeah, there are more people who trade than don't trade. You know, without having hard numbers, I think that's a pretty obvious, you know, fact. Like you can pretty much say that's a factual statement easily. Without any real numbers. But I do not think that the game would die. I'm like wasting all my exalts.
What can I do for you?
I'll put it this way though. So far, I have actually enjoyed, as punishing as it is to play solo self-found, I actually enjoy the mode. Like quite a bit. As crazy as that might seem, I actually really do enjoy it. And I mean, I wouldn't want to make it much easier, honestly. I think the progression kind of makes sense, long term. That is, and like if you're a hardcore, I mean, Path of Exile is not supposed to be an easy game to begin with, so I think the progression kind of makes sense. But there would definitely be some things I would change, like currency exchange should totally be a thing in solo self-found for sure. Currency exchange, maybe like up the do what last Epoch did with their solo self-found, like kind of bring that over here. I think that would make a lot of sense here. But I think some of the generalistic changes in the game will obviously affect solo self-found too as well. So I don't really think I have as much to say past those 2 points really. But yeah, I think maybe like increase the drop rates by like 20, like the quality or the drop rates by like maybe 25% in like solo self-found or something. Like nothing like crazy big, but enough to where it's like, you know, maybe I don't want to trade, but I also don't want to like suffer through super like rare drops for a long period of time. And so I feel like there should be more incentive to give the game mode a shot, right? That's not the case. But I think also too, with the fact that I've never trade, I haven't experienced what it really is like. So like, you know, I don't get the joys or the let's say the hype, or what do you call it? Like, I don't really get that, you know, that dopamine hit of having all the items you want with the correct stats on almost everything, or close to the correct stats on almost everything. Like, I have no idea what that feels like. And I think that's kind of the fun part for me, because it's like I don't have it all yet, so I still have room to grow. Why do you think Maxroll hasn't opted to build craft for Elder Scrolls Online? Is it ESO? Are you talking about Elder Scrolls, or? Unless I'm misunderstanding the acronyms there. Only dopamine hit from gears getting res. Yeah. He said, yeah, Elder Scrolls would be a good fit. That's a good question, Sketch. I don't know. That might be something that you might want to, that you could probably ask yourself, like, you know, like feedback or whatever. I honestly, I don't know. Like, that's like well above my pay grade in Maxroll in terms of like the games they want to add, or the games that they want to add to the site to follow, to do work on, or whatever. I have no idea what the criteria is for that. But you're not wrong. You're not wrong. I mean, I don't, you know, given the other games that we have too, I don't see why not. I think I actually don't know how Torchlight got got on there, or how we ended up supporting Torchlight. I don't know. I never played the game, so, but.
Potato.
Decoy! What's up? Yo, what? Okay, so that wasn't lightning damage. Okay, that might have been it then. 405% increased critical hit straight. hit chance, and then 45% monster critical strike damage. Yeah, because I think maybe 3 or 4 projectiles hit me, and then that was it. Like legit, that was it.
Yes.
What is it?
That'd be weird, but like, I really dislike those like little porcupine little tentacle things. Not so much open maps like that, but like I feel like if I'm going down, especially when I'm going down, when you can't see that they're getting ready to launch a bunch of whatchamacalls at you, they're really hard to avoid. They're really hard to avoid, man. Like the actual projectiles itself, if you don't see the wind up animation ahead of time. And because they have like their attacks have small cooldown, like it has short cooldowns. So like the moment you dodge, by the time you get away from your dodge, they've already shot again. So like you either kill them before they shoot the animation, or you take a risk shooting when they're shooting and then hoping that you can dodge afterwards. Man, I kind of messed up a lot of my maps tonight. I think I died like 3 times tonight. I think it is. So like I kind of ruined a lot of my mechanics here. So now I'm like running low on my good maps. They're like gone. All right, so I guess we'll just do throwaway maps now. Let's do deserted. We'll do a throwaway key. Oh no, it's got the burn thing. I didn't read that. For those who don't know, I don't like. Oh, it's got the same critical strike damage and critical hit chance. I don't like burning ground. It literally does the exact opposite to my build. I actually don't want the ignite.
Raining death.
So I'm not like spec'd into elemental damage or fire damage or whatever. So I want to blow up my toxic growth, and I can't if the burning ground ignites my arrow before I do it. So it like nerfs my build. But I said it earlier too as well. Now that I played a lot of or enough mapping waystones or whatever, I want to see more affixes that aren't things that I can do to myself. Like the idea of like, you know, I take more elemental damage, or they pierce through more elemental resistances, or they also have more health, or like, these are things that I can kind of do to myself. I can personally get myself if I want to. Monsters has more health. Okay, sure. I'll just pick a different weapon to do less damage. I can achieve the exact same thing. You know, monsters do have more lightning damage. All right, I can literally just lower my lightning resistances and get the same effect. I like to see more affixes versus, you know, kind of gear check affixes is probably the best way to put it. Because gear check affixes are basically just artificial difficulty, in my opinion. That doesn't really add more to the idea. Is like, what's the difference between me having bad gear and bad affixes, right? Nothing. Like, as much as I don't like burning ground, right, because it sucks for my build, I actually like that as an affix, because it's not something I can replicate on my own character just for the hell of it. but I hate burning ground. You know what I mean? But I like the idea of an affix like that.
Choking cloud. That would only slow me down.
Am I full already?
Don't mind if I do.
Is it burning ground sucks? Oh yeah, well yeah, I don't like burning ground. I personally don't like burning, but this is time burning ground is below a switch that needs to be pressed with 5 seconds of animation. You can die opening the door.
Speak.
That's a good point.
What
Why did I
can
pick up
do?
this shield for? Whatever, I guess it's a free whatchamacallit. Increase rarity of items. Crappy FX.
Hello. What can I do for you? We prepared for all. Until next time.
That's happened, yes, what that's what you call it. Or-
Toxic rain.
Yeah, I see your point. Beyond that,
Death from above.
yeah. I also don't like burning ground, but for a different reason. But I guess the point I was trying to make is just like I like affixes on waystones that are different than like what you see on your your gear. Whether it's just being more of a gear check affix is kind of what it's probably the point I was trying to make. I totally get why it's there. It's easy to code. It's easy to kind of get do a mass amount of like different generalized affixes like that to make it seem like there's a lot of different affixes you can kind of get. Right, they're easy to do. It's harder to come up with more you know, unique and creative and massive amount of different affixes you can run into, right? And also it's an action RPG, so I mean, it is a gear related. That's kind of the point of an action RPG. I just think I just wish I would see less gear check and more things that like affect the way that you look at a map or do a map versus, oh man, this is gonna really screw up my lightning res. You know, it's like if I really want to do that, I can just skip lightning res on my gear if that's what I really wanted to do. Like that's pseudo difficulty versus like actual difficulty. My point is that those kind of fixes need to improve a lot in so many ways. I don't understand how it's being implemented in a game like this. I can also agree with that too. I would say both are true. But maps are not abundant if you will skip all the time. What do you mean skip all the time? I actually play basically almost every map. I don't like no matter how bad the fix is, I just play it anyways. Demon, what's going on? It's not a gear check. It's not burning to take your life and live. And 5 seconds wide, 80% fire res. I'm overcapped through passes. Oh yeah, well I guess and at that point, then that's obviously overtuned, right? But I think you know exactly which ones I mean when I'm saying, you know, which affixes are actual gear checks. I'd say more. I'd almost say more than half of them, or about half of them are like literally just gear checks. The game wants to know, you know, okay, do you have
Toxic rain.
the gear for said this kind of sort of thing, and that's kind of it. It doesn't make it harder. It just makes it. Did you find this? Did you find the said thing that allows you to deal with said thing?
Stay light, stay alive.
I'm not sure if you heard it correctly. I mean, you said if the map sucks and you will die, you can just skip it. I didn't say that. No, I didn't say that. Yeah, I didn't say that at all, actually. I mean, you can. Technically, you can't. You could do that, but yeah. But that's not what I was saying to do. I mean, like I said, I play every map regardless. I just played the burning map just now, and that literally, you know, nursed my entire build.
Yes.
But yeah, I feel you. Not understanding that fixes then more crit damage from mobs. It's a weird way to say the mob will hit harder than. Yeah, exactly. Like it's just kind of bloat, and I'm kind of surprised people don't really talk about it. Like no one says anything about it. Like I swear, like if this was kind of like in like let's just say for example, hypothetically, if this was like in last epoch, we would hear it. We would hear people talk about it all the time, right? But like I like legit just don't hear it here. But yeah, a lot of affixes is just bloated fixes that are just there just because it's like to increase artificial difficulty in a sense, which is the thing that we complain about in a lot of other action RPGs, where it's like, oh, this is just fake difficulty. D4 is the king of that in my opinion, where it's like this artificial difficulty that just really isn't just more difficult. It's just, you know, it's just more so hard, like hard gear checks. And once you got the gear checks, nothing is difficult at all because you passed the gear check, right? But we definitely have that in mapping. Like that's definitely a thing. Which is why when people say, "Oh, you know, have you juiced your maps to like 7 to 8 affixes?" It's like, yeah, I've actually done a few, you know, 8 affix red maps, you know, T15 plus or T16 with the eradicated thing, whatever you want to call it. I've done like one. I've done two. Sorry, I've actually done 3 of those. I failed 2 and actually completed 1. But like when I think about it, most of those affixes that I get on them are legit just gear checks. So it's kind of like, oh well, you know, when I just get a better piece of gear or get, you know, the right stuff or whatever, then this would just feel like a normal T15 map. You know what I'm saying? Like at that point, like what makes the T17 or what makes the super juice maps more special, quote unquote? Like, are they adding new affixes or different things, or because I didn't see any. At least the 3 that I didn't see anything different. It was just more of the same kind of bloat that I saw before. It just increased artificial difficulty. People aren't not saying anything because people said it's the best action RPG before it came out. Now they can't say anything wrong about the game because that's calling themselves liars. Well, I mean, they can just say it's hype, right? Overhype or hype itself. I'm not here to, you know, say something is hype or overhype or anything like that, but I guess I just call it as I see it, regardless of the game I play. But like, you know, like I said, Diablo series, Diablo 3 and Diablo 4 are very good at just throwing artificial difficulty at you, and I complain about that so much in both games. Like I hate the idea of just artificial difficulty. Like I'm not saying it's easy to give you real challenge or actual challenge where the player has to think about something, but I mean, I hear people complaining about it there, but people don't complain about it here. But I was excited though. I was literally excited to do corrupted, you know, eradicated 8 affix maps, thinking that, oh, there's gonna be a new thing that's gonna happen, or you know, something like, I don't know, like some midway mini boss I haven't seen before or whatever like that, and just to realize it's literally just the same thing I was doing before, but just more of those bloated fixes. And it's like, oh, that's what that is? Okay. I mean, it's not like a terrible thing, but I guess the way that people talk about it was making me think that there was a lot more coming. For the D4 content, this is the 10x better. But if it's the only thing for the first season, 3 seasons, you're not really offering any value here to the conversation. I don't disagree with you in the sense that there was only Lilith was there, but like, what does that got to do with anything we're talking about? It's like you were looking for a reason to bag on D4, and that's totally okay. I'll bag on D4 with you in the appropriate topic. You want to bag on D4 together? Let's talk about pits. Let's talk about how bad pits are. You want to do that instead? Since you don't like me saying anything bad about Path of Exile 2. You want to talk about pits real quick, sir? So I'm totally down to trash pits for you. We can trash Curass Undercity. We can trash all the bugs in the game. You know, we can do that too. All games have issues, but you get the same amount of time. You give D4 to get the act together. It's been 1 month. How about that? So I said one thing about the mapping since you've been here, and you got Yeah, I said one thing about mapping, and that's your response. Like, you act like I completely just demolished all the Path of Exile 2. Like, I just unraveled the entire thing. In fact, actually, if you've been in my stream long enough, you'll know that I've said considerably more positive things about the game than negative things. How about that, sir? And you also would know in every single stream that I've talked so far in Path of Exile 2, I've always mentioned it's early access and things would and things can change. I mentioned that every single stream so far that I've played Path of Exile 2. But I mean, if you're gonna get really sensitive, because I make constructive criticism about something that you like, and that's gonna be your response for it, man. But yeah, I mean, I put in maybe what, 180 hours, which is not as much as some of the guys who play this full time, but you know, if I didn't like the game, I certainly wouldn't have put that many hours into the game at all whatsoever.
Rather not break my back.
Static Green's like, wow. Nah, that's what you call like fanboyism. Okay, where you like to know your trash talking again? Well, for the Bravo, but I think you know that's not gonna, be the case. That's the internet. The internet won't allow a such thing. Like, that's not enough controversy and drama. The internet would not allow such normalcy. Don't stream if I don't like ridicule. I mean, I didn't ban you, so apparently I'm okay with your short-sighted comment. I mean, I'm totally okay with that. You're free to have whatever opinion you want to have. If I had a problem with you ridiculing me, you would have been banned by now, don't you think? Just like most streamers would probably have done to you by now. How dare you ridicule me? Banned. But as you notice, you're not banned. You're not even timed out. But you're willing to keep trying, though. You're willing to keep talking. You're willing to keep typing. You can say whatever it is you want to say. And I don't mind picking apart what you have to say. As long as you don't call anyone names here, you are free to have your opinion, sir.
Raining death.
Anyways, back to what I was saying before. I do think that I would like to see more variety in map affixes, because the combat lends itself, mostly with the exception of like some stuff obviously, but the combat engine itself lends itself to you know, more challenging situations in gameplay, which is what I like a lot, right? So, and you know, their philosophy has been, you know, they want you to be able to overcome situations by, you know, being better at the game, like playing the game better. Right? That's what they said, right? So like, even if it means it takes me longer to get through it, that's fine. as long as my character can get through because I played better, right? So with that being said, obviously some of the artificial difficulty stuff that's added with the waystones don't really line up with that too well. But it is early access, so it could just very well be they kind of just brought over a lot of the similar affix type stuff that they got from Path of Exile 1 and just said, you know what, we'll just put this here as like a placeholder until we have more time to really flesh it out. That could be a thing too as well. We don't really know, but I would say in the current, I'm surprised I don't hear many people talk about it, you know, as a valid criticism of artificially inflated difficulty for in-game. I still think my favorite part of the game is really the campaign. The campaign pace, I'll put it that way. Oh man, lightning damage. Did the campaign 4 times already? Wait, did the other guy hear the positive thing I said about Path of Exile real quick? Or did he already leave? Or is he just quiet? I'm waiting for him to comment. Yeah, we have half the game, 6 missing classes, 1 more sitting phase per class, half the campaign, half the gear, weapons, and skills. Yep. Tough. Yeah, release being close to a major holiday too. Oh no, I mean, I think overall they did a good job. I mean, let's not take you know, some criticism I'm kind of slinging their way as like I think the game is doing horribly or something. Like I definitely don't think that. I was everyone that was overhyped at the beginning. And I still continue to play because there are definitely things for me to like about it. But there's time. There's time for some of the other things to kind of grow and stuff. And I will say that having more or adding more doesn't necessarily mean that there's going to be better, right? I'll put it this way. I'll give you a good example. So like, let's say, I think I talk about the support gems, right? These support gems are rather lackluster in my opinion. Now, of course, usually the first response would be, well, you know, it's early access. You know, they said they're going to add a bunch of more support gems. True. Very true. And I can't wait to see more of those, right? However, are there going to be more support gems in a similar design that we already have now? Or are they going to like go back and look at the ones we currently have and be like, huh, they don't really do as much for the gameplay in terms of changing the skill that they really could do, right? So if you have more support gems with the same philosophy, that doesn't really help things, because I'm probably still going to struggle to find support gems for some of the skills I use because they just don't do enough or they don't really have much of an effect. So having more doesn't necessarily mean better, right? But you know, being able to go back and be like, you know what, you know, these support gems, yeah, they're a little bare bones. We can go back and make the changes and adjustments to that. I would much prefer that, honestly, over just new support gems, if it's just the same philosophy that we currently have of support gems, because then that wouldn't help anything, if that makes sense. Yeah, the concept of more doesn't necessarily mean better. But like I said, it is early access, so like a lot of things are bound to change. I just kind of hope that they take a look at the support gem system in general as a whole and not just add more, because that wouldn't solve the issue per se. Get this fast before they remove me again from me. 3 below 0 is going on, man. Welcome back. Yeah, more damage support gems. Yeah. I kind of agree with that too. Now I've been playing this for a while. How do I compare it to D4 and which one do I enjoy the most? That's still kind of hard to say. I will say that I think it's easy to be a bit biased and say that I enjoy Path of Exile 2 more currently. But also keep in mind, I'm still kind of in the honeymoon stages of the game mostly. I think I'm getting to the point where, where I'm not just, oh my god, it's Path of Exile 2, and it's a fun game to play type thing. Like I can actually kind of get into it and be a little bit more critical because I'm playing more some of the stuff. But it's still kind of early because keep in mind, like current season 6 Diablo 4, I played a lot more of that than I played Path of Exile 2. So, but currently I enjoy playing Path of Exile 2 more than before, and the current. That will probably change in season 7 for Diablo 4. Why? Because then that will be the new thing, the new carrot, the new chase or whatever. Then when I play that and then I complain about some of the same stuff because some of those things haven't been changed, and then Path of Exile 2 comes out with some newer stuff, then I'll be back to playing Path of Exile 2 and be like, oh, look, new shiny thing. And I'll probably have more fun playing that. So, to be quite honest with you, with that being said, I enjoy both games for different reasons. But in the current, I'm having more fun with Path of Exile 2 because it's new. And there are things I don't know about the game. So not knowing things and finding out new stuff is just really exciting. I don't get that feeling in Diablo 4 anymore because I won't say I know everything, but like I'm paid to study the game via Maxroll and make guides or whatever. So there's very little that the game can surprise me with. Whereas here, there's stuff every day that I'm learning that I didn't know before. That's why I find it a hard comparison in the sense of fun factor is concerned. But I really enjoy Path of Exile 2 from a gameplay perspective, mostly system perspective as well. But it's definitely got its issues. This is not a friendly game. Diablo 4 is. This is a Chinese farming trade simulator. Let's talk about that for a sec, because I don't necessarily completely agree with that statement there. I will honestly say that, like, unlike Diablo 4, I was able to play this game coming in blind, right? I came in blind. I didn't look at any build guides. I didn't even look at what stuff did or meant. I didn't even know what maps were, pretty much. I didn't know what the orbs did, what's an exhausted orb. I didn't really know any of that coming in. I came in blind, decided to play a custom build all the way through. So, like, this is a build that I completely put together myself and made it all the way to the end game solo self-found. So the Massachusetts way of doing things, which is you obviously not recommended. I would say that it was an easier time understanding what to do and how to put together a build in Path of Exile 2 than in Diablo 4. Despite the fact that Diablo 4 is more casual friendly in general, I do think that someone that learning the game, like all the things about the game, except for maybe like some of the smaller intricacies, It's going to take you longer to learn things in Path of Exile 2. But I think Path of Exile 2 does a significantly better job of guiding you through those things. Like, if I don't know something, I literally can just look at an underlying dotted thing and be like, okay, what does that mean? And it gives me a description of what it means. I can go in the passive tree and do the exact same thing and look at this big old tree, which isn't really as complicated as it looks. Look at the big old tree and be like, well, what does that do? Or what is that thing? You know? And it usually works. Like, it usually works. Big key here. It usually works. So I was able to put together my own completely, you know, customized build for myself. Something I would not be able to do in Diablo 4. Why? Because Diablo 4 has so many bugs in the back end. Makes it nearly impossible for you to create a build on your own without following a build guide. So despite the fact that it's easier to learn per se, quote unquote, or easier to understand, it's harder for you to get to the end game point of it. Because there's so many things that are broken in the game that doesn't work the way it's supposed to, that you will literally brick yourself trying to make your own build in Diablo 4, despite the game being more casual friendly, which is a weird thing about it, right? Isn't that like kind of a weirder approach? I couldn't do something like this in Diablo 4. You know, every time I try to do things in Diablo 4, when I'm like doing like PTR stuff, I'm studying the game or whatever, I got to find what stuff is broken and like what works and what doesn't work. You know what I'm saying? Like, whereas here, I was able to literally put together my own thing and then make it work. Anyways, I don't think that that's kind of what you wanted to hear. I think you're in the other end of Yorick, where basically it's got to be an all-in, all or nothing. But I think we have Exhibit A and like Exhibit B in the same chat, which is actually quite hilarious. For those who know what I'm talking about, you know exactly what I mean. Exhibit B can leave if they don't like the game. Well, yeah, but just like you said earlier, Yorick, is like, if you're commenting on the online stream, he has the right to his own opinions, right? So he's free to be here as much as he wants to, stating whatever opinions he wants to, just like you were, right? And if you don't like his opinion, you could also leave. Just like you told me I shouldn't stream if I can't take ridicule, yeah? So his opinion is allowed, just like your opinion is allowed. Don't try gaslighting what we're saying. You said I'm not gaslighting anything. I'm just literally repeating exactly what you said. I noticed that you don't have a comment when I say something positive. And that's okay. You don't have to. No, you're not saying that at all. I just know the type of commenter you are. And that is okay. What comment? I said a lot of things. I literally just defended PoE 2 just now. For someone who says, I don't give the game a chance. Your comment, by the way.
Good eatings.
You just got back? Oh, okay. But you literally was here typing to the guy when literally I was in defense of PoE 2 just now. So you were typing while I said it. So you weren't just back, sir. No, you said me give the game a chance is what you said. You told me to give the game a chance, did you not? Want me to highlight and copy and paste it for you? Because I can do that. Sorry, give the same amount of time. You say, why don't you give the same amount of time you give D4? It's only been about a month. How about that?
Hello.
I probably should try to like exalt that.
Time is
But you literally was here when you was typing. You literally was here when you were typing what you were typing. But you were so mad at Silent that you just for having his opinion, right? I concur. Doc says game's fantastic, requires further development. My casual friends enjoyed it, like, but then dislike spending hours farming without receiving anything in return, sir. So I can understand that more so than saying that, like, when you say the game isn't enjoyable. I mean, that's kind of like subjective, right? At the end of the day, right? You know, like that's more so like subjective. Some people like the way the game is, some people don't like the way a game is, right? And neither opinion is really wrong. But I would say it's not just a Chinese farming trade simulator. I think that's harsh of a criticism. It's definitely more than that. I think you know it's more than that. There are definitely, I mean, obviously there are issues for sure. No one's gonna pretend that, like, of course, that they're not, right? And some people in chat will have a fit if you have issues with the game, right? But the game has issues. But at the same time, it is early access, and there are problems. GGG is definitely on, like, you know, on you know, they're on Christmas break, so, or, you know, holiday break or whatever, so. So, did I see that unique? I have yet to find a useful unique.
what can I do for you?
You said level 90 is not in game, sir. Maps are. Yeah, but I mean, if you're level 90, if you're level 90 and you're trading, you're definitely doing those kind of maps. You're definitely not doing campaign or like T10 maps at level 90. That's just not happening, unless you're playing solo stuff now, which obviously is a whole different story. But you know what he meant when he said level 90 plus.
What is?
Ryson, what's going on? Ryson, what's going on? You said good afternoon. What's going on, man? So maybe they're just running T15 maps all the time. There really isn't. That's the thing I kind of struggle with. There really isn't that much difference between a T15 map and a T16 map. Like, it's more artificial difficulty affixes. You either have the gear for it or you don't. And if you're trading, it's pretty easy to kind of get that. No? So, like, when people say it's like, oh, you're doing T15 but not 16 plus, like, but the gameplay is the same. Nothing changes. Like nothing out of the ordinary changes that you haven't already seen before. And it's either you have the gear or you don't. I'm not saying that that's a terrible thing. I'm just saying, like, we kind of act like there's a it's a different game. Like T16 is a different game than T15, and it's really not. Like just like Pit, right? It's like, oh, you did T100, but did you do T120? It's like, you know, no, but it's the same game. It's just, do you have the gear to do it, or can your build handle the more health artificial difficulty? It's the same thing. It's not harder. I hear that same I hear the same thing in D4 as I hear in Path of Exile too. It's like it's not that's not harder. That's just artificial difficulty. Like I was actually disappointed when I did it. Like when I actually did like a few of those, I was disappointed because I really sincerely thought there was more to it than that. The way people were hyping it up, and I was just like, really, this is what you guys were hyping up, like. I mean, I'm sure it feels good to get there and do the thing, but like, I mean, you know, I guess, like I said, I guess once I got there, oh, freaking burning patches, really? Maybe your map is easy. No, so but what do you mean your map is easy? So all the affixes you get from doing a T16 you can get by doing like T10, T11, T12. Technically. Like I don't know why people don't call this out. It's very obvious. It's extremely obvious. Like there is not a single yeah, but some affixed together is hard. Okay, that's true. I'm not saying all of them are bad. I'm not saying all the affixes are bad. But I guess what I'm saying is when people, what Kuso Trevor says, he said that's like gatekeeping is the point. Yeah, I think that's kind of the thing where it's like, but you don't do anything new. And like you can't control what affixes you get on what maps. And when someone says you haven't done a T16 map, it's like, but it's just a random amount of affixes that you technically have already done that might or might not get, you know, come together. You see what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. I don't know if that's kind of the what do you call it? What's that word? I'm not cool enough. I can't think of that word. It's something that my students use all the time. I can't think of it. My boomerism is showing. It's just so showing. I can't think of it. Flex. There you go. I can't even think of the word. Like, flex is the word. You know, saying, you know, T16 plus mapping is not the type of flex people think it is. I was gonna say unhit, but that's definitely a boomer term. Yeah, flex was definitely the word I was looking for. Nah, but I just feel like that works. That works when people don't truly understand what, you know, what the difficulty literally means, like actually really means. Have I killed any mechanics? Mechanics, yeah. Bosses, no, because I've only found one, and I'm solo self-found, so it just takes a while to get there. But the pinnacle bosses are pretty much the campaign bosses, at least from what I've watched other people do. Are they harder? Oh yeah, for sure. Except for the final pinnacle boss, that's a different one. That's gonna take forever to get to because, well, you know, It just takes many hours of just to find a citadel, etc. So it's not that I don't want to. It's just a matter of, do I have the, you know, the time to approach those. But bro, D4 bosses is not it though. Where did that come from? Actually, yeah. Where did D4 come from in this conversation? Why is it so hard to like talk about one thing? I swear, like no one said anything about D4 just now. I swear, I can sit there and be like bagging on like, I'll say bagging. I can sit there and be talking about like maybe like, I don't know, Wendy's fries might be overrated or something, right? Like somebody might say, yo, you know, Wendy's fries are, you know, they're good, but you know, like, you know, their potato consistency isn't really as great as people think it really is, and like, you know, Wendy's isn't really that great of a restaurant. You know, I can be talking about Wendy's and then literally somebody's like, you know, yeah, but like, you know, it's not as bad as Burger King's fries. I'm like, bro, what does Burger King got to do with it? Burger King's not even in the conversation. We're talking about Wendy's fries right now. I mean, I agree that Burger King's fries are shit, and I also agree that D4 bosses are bad too. Mostly bad too. Like, I don't disagree with the statement, but that we're not talking about Burger King's shitty fries right now. We're talking about Wendy's fries. We're talking about Wendy's fries right now. No? You don't like fighting the bosses in the campaign again? I'll put it to you this way, Terp. It's not that I don't like it, but we already do it in maps, don't we? Like, we already fight the bosses again in maps. And then the pinnacle bosses are also the campaign bosses. So I guess my thought is, Terp, is that it's not that I find that bad design. It's just that so many people hype up these things to be something like massively different. Imagine someone telling you, yo, have you fought the pinnacle boss, man? They're like the ultimate thing, man. They're just like so much harder, and it's this and it's that, and it's like, you know, and so you're thinking to yourself after doing a campaign, oh man, I can't wait to do these new pinnacle bosses because no one tells you it's the same thing. So it's almost like you're being super hyped up for something that you're thinking in your head is new, when you realize that it's not new, mostly not new, and then you're just like, oh, okay. I mean, it's not bad, but it's like you were expecting something way bigger because people were hyping it to be way bigger than, you know, to be like this grand, you know, like gesture of things. You see what I'm saying? So it's more like I feel like I was overhyped than me disliking fighting the campaign bosses again. I like the campaign bosses, I actually do. So it's not that. Also, King Condor, what's going on, man? I see you. I saw you just like slipped in here. What's up, man? It's probably because you've been very positive to D4, possibly influencing people to buy it, etc. Really? Really? Faja Cook. Did you really just say that, sir? Did you really just say that? I can't believe I actually didn't see that comment earlier, but did you really just say that? Why do people just not ever hear whenever, like when I say, it's funny, when I say something good about Path of Exile 2, people don't hear that. They only hear the criticism. When I say something bad about D4, people don't hear it. They only hear the good stuff, the positive stuff. I don't understand. I think I complain about D4 every day. Every day I complain about something in D4. Usually it's the same topics, but I repeat it over and over with new people coming in and asking me what I think about it. So I don't know where the notion is saying being very positive about D4. I call D4 mid like the past couple of months. So far, I think it's in the mid state. I don't know how that's being very positive. I don't think it's a bad game. So maybe I don't ride the whole D4 bad bandwagon. So people might think, oh, well, he must think D4 is the best game ever because he's not going around saying D4 bad. That's how the internet usually phrases it, right? But I definitely criticize Diablo 4 on the daily basis. Daily basis. It's just that my criticism has been more, you know, more constructive and not. Okay, let me be honest. Some criticism has been kind of whiny. I'm gonna be honest with you, but it's mostly constructive. But maybe I should like scream and yell and cry and, you know, kick my whatever's about it for people to actually understand what I really feel about D4. I don't know. I don't know what to do, man. Like, maybe it's just my chill attitude, man. Maybe I need to rage more. I don't know. Rage harder. I gotta criticize with rage and hate. You can give me some rage lessons. Play warrior. You give me some rage lessons. Nah, man. I mean, like I said, don't get me wrong. I mean, there are things about D4 I do like, but I do criticize D4 on a consistent basis. Like, I criticize. I mean, I have criticism for basically every action RPG out there. None of them do it just right. Like, none of them are perfect. I'm going to have criticism for all the ones I've played. And I'm going to have positive things to say about them all too, because they all do something. They all bring something to the table that another action RPG might not. Hell, earlier I was singing some praises to Last Epoch in terms of their systems. I think they still had the best crafting system, best skill system by far, best trading system, best solo self-found system. It just feels like a dated game, like a really dated game, but systematically, I think Last Epoch does it the best. Like you sell D4 to us die. Are you sponsored by any action RPG? Nope. No one pays me to do anything. I am way too small of a content creator for people to try to market with me. They'll lose money.
Toxic rain.
Let's be realistic here, okay? Any action RPG game is obviously created by a company / corporation, well, company per se, which means that companies are out to do one thing, and that is to make money. And if they're not making money, then it's kind of a wasting time giving me money for what? Also, King Condor, I don't think I've ever told you this before, but I watched one of your videos I've watched a couple of your videos, but like obviously more than a couple, but there was one video that you put out some months ago, and it was kind of explaining your backstory on what happened to you on Twitch, like your ban and stuff, and like how you started coming back in the semi-recent, or how you got your account back, and you're back on the grind again. Totally wishing the best for you, man. Like, that's gotta suck. For sure. I can't imagine, like, going from where you were to, like, having to kind of do all that, like, all over again. Like, if you're not a content creator, people it's very difficult for you to understand what is like how difficult it is to lose that, you know, and then to try to come back. Like, dude, it is like it feels impossible. So I can't imagine if I was ever put in that situation, like what I would do, like how I would feel. So, but that's nuts, man. So of course, obviously, all the best wishes to you, man.
Miasma.
Okay, it makes you miss D3. I have a love-hate relationship with D3, man. Honestly, like I actually quit. I played that game for most of its lifespan, but I did quit for like a year and a half. Like just outright, just refused to play anymore. Now I will come back and look at patches to see whether or not I found the game more fun at the time, but I legit just quit for a portion of the time. But I do think that towards the latter half, like the latter 5 years, five and a half years of his lifespan, it definitely became a better game. I do wish that Blizzard didn't give up on it so early though, which is primarily the reason why like it took so long for D3 to become like to get in a good state or a decent state, right? They kind of just gave up on it. They're supposed to have 2 full expansions and ended up only having 1, and then they just kind of bundled the Necro into the last bits of the aspects of what would have been the second expansion but wasn't, and then they just sold it as it was, like a Necro pack with new zones and the cube and whatever.
This will come in handy.
Big tit, never corrupt any neck. I've only had enough mats to like annoy it one time, so I'm just kind of holding on to that and legit not doing anything. I actually kind of want to override this annoying that I have right now, but I don't have the mask for the one that I really want to use. Oh, there's this Mirage. We're gonna do a full clear. Jet loses infinite value for now.
Toxic rain.
Come on, drop some more cool stuff, please. Okay, well, I guess the game said no. We did get 3 15 maps from here. That's cool. What my base country? I mean, I'm from the U.S. East Coast U.S. So it is like 2:39 in the morning here for me. Also, King Condor, I might pick your brain for something. I'm at a point where I think I might need to get some advice moving forward. Oh, the music sounds British. Oh, okay, I got you. I'm a musician. I teach music, so like, so I have my playlist has a little bit of everything, like legit, literally everything. Okay, we got some physical damage on there, but unfortunately, wait, how many prefixes do I have? Yeah, 2 prefixes. Yeah, I have Indian music, I have Japanese music, I have K-pop, I have hip hop, but more so the older school variety. Usually, I have some more recent songs, but it's mostly like the nostalgia 90s 2000s roughly sort of hip hop. I have some rock, I have some country, I have a little bit, like literally everything. German rap, believe it or not. I got so like, you said Indian music. You're from India, and that's great to know. You know, I as a musician, man, like just like especially someone that like really gets that is like really big on like rhythmic things, because I'm a percussionist. Like Middle Eastern and African music are just like earworms for me naturally, just because I'm a percussionist. But I enjoy basically all styles. Happy New Year, man, Manuel. The Filipino song I'm out.
Hello.
All right, so this bow has potential. Although it's hard to beat 145% increased physical. Jesus Christ. All right. But it has attack speed on it, though.
Be here.
All right, let's see what we got here. Dexterity. That's a suffix, right? Okay, so I have a chance to get physical damage. Or projectile skills, whatever. One of the two. Okay, that's also a suffix. All right, here we go. No cold damage. No. Whatever. I guess at this point, let's just chaos orbit and see what happens. No. Also no. Okay, I just completely ruined that.
Yes.
Oh well.
Until next.
We had a chance though, right? It had a real shot.
What can I do for you? We prepared for all contingencies. Time is not on our side.
Okay. I forgot what I'm gonna do. All these maps I got now. All these other lower tier maps. You know what? Let's go ahead and let's take a look at. Actually, how many of the transmutation orbs I got? Okay. I only got 30 left. Are you serious? Okay, alright. I guess we got to reforge all this stuff. Dad's a gambler. I am. I'm not great at it. I am not great at it. Okay. Trying to reforge a bunch of stuff. Let's see. X. Oh, that's not it. Need 11. There we go. What is it? 10. Got a couple of 13s. 13. Oh, it's a 12 in there. 13. And 11. There you go. Gonna reforge while upgrading because most of them already have magic. Were already blue maps, so you can't really you have to reforge. You have to reforge 3 of the same, right? So 3 grays or 3 blues or 3 yellows. At least that's the assumption I'm under. Is that wrong there? Wrong thinking? You don't? So if I was to do, let's say, a rare 10, but 2 blue 10s, I will still be able to reforge them? Reforge anything same tier, so they don't have to be, okay. All right. Well, in that case, yeah, okay. I didn't know that. Oh, see? I learned something new today. Cool. All right, yeah, I didn't know that. I thought they had to be like this, like all blues or all rares or all grays or whatever for the upgrade. That's it, right? So that's 2. Only if you want the end result to be the same. Okay, gotcha. All right, gotcha. Cool. Now I know. Thank you, sir. Wait, where was the other 9? Thought I had one more 9. I guess no, I don't. Okay, so I got 3 11s though, right? And all right, so I guess yeah, so blue rare. All right, yeah, there it goes, just like you said. Cool. Now let's ID that, make it a 12. Alright, I think I'll.
Yes.
You know what? No, we're not gonna do that. We're gonna go all in. Let's make this 13. 13. Make that 14. And I will keep some 14s.
Yes.
Because I will run out of 15s naturally. So. I get the 14 in the stash. still mad that there's a tower I did. I don't know which one it was, and I have no idea where it. 64 increased rate of items found in this area. Sure. I'm not close to any bosses. But you know what? I am close to a tower. No, we can do a few towers. Have you tried enhancing your raystone with 3 distilled air on a budget version? Wait, you can put distilled air on a waystone? I actually did not know that.
Toxic rain.
What is that, dude? If I can manage to reach. Yeah. But I guess what does it do, I guess? Like, what does it add to the waystone? I guess is the question. You don't want to tell me? Is that what it is? Add modifiers that decrease rarity. Oh, you mean like specific modifiers? So they're not as random or what? Oh, okay. So you can kind of. Okay. Oh, okay, that's cool actually. Okay, so you're not just at the mercy of RNG if you do it that way. I see. Okay. I mean, I don't really have enough of that to really, I think, use as an option, but at least now I know that that's a thing.
Toxic rain.
I probably should have leveled up today at some point, but I did die 3 times though. I'm gonna try other classes. When the Huntress come out, I'll try the Huntress, but the other classes currently available don't really interest me. Monk is probably the closest, but because I like the bell play, but Larry Bird, what's happening? 6% increased monsters and players. Yeah, I'm gonna just need to. I want to get to the point where I have just more abundance of like 15 maps or T15 maps. Right now, like I get them sometimes, and then if I get them, I'll run them or whatever. But more often than not, just getting a steady supply of them have been, you know, pretty not easy, I guess you could say. I'm aware if I can get my hands on more rarity, fine, or more magic, fine. I'll find more of them, but getting gear with that and also be able to keep my resistances up has been the hard part. So slowly but surely, I'll be able to kind of stock up on a bunch of them and be able to have a steady supply of it, even with the Atlas points geared towards Waystones. Am I solar self found? Yep. Is my gas ignitable? It is. I just don't like that. I don't like that play, honestly. I've seen it weeks ago. I would have to honestly, if I play like that, I'm gonna have to kind of like change my build in a sense. So, because I have to spec into it, which I'm not. Like I'm mostly physical hit at the moment, which is geared towards toxic growth. But I really like toxic growth a lot. It's like my favorite skill on Ranger. So
What can I do?
the gas arrow only exists just to well, blow up my growths. That's it. I don't really care about gas arrow outside of that. If I can blow a toxic growth without it, I probably will. Actually, I could with poison burst, but it's not as consistent. And I have to hit something over the growth for it to blow up. So that's like, I didn't really want to do that. So. No, I'm not gonna invest in that. That looks like a trap.
What is it? This is what we have available. Go.
No more T4s. You can kill boss in T15, man. I've been trying to get to them. Right now I can't. Right now, like they're kind of out of the way. I did 2 bosses today, and I died to one of them. I literally forgot the mechanic, one of the mechanics of the boss, and I was like, no, I know what happens next, and the thing that I know what happened, or know what's gonna happen happened. I'm just like, Sag. Totally my fault for being in the wrong place, but. Yeah, I guess I had to try to come. Oh, crypt. Let's see. Blumenfield is not bad, but oh, did I attempt this map already before? Apparently, it says so. That's the only way to get to this boss dude. So, do I have that kind of a throwaway? Sure, I probably have. Sure, we have a 12. Where am I at? Yeah, sure, I guess. There's a unique helm that will cause fire to enemies. They'll turn and like the gas. Yeah, no. I actually found that helm before. I didn't like it.
Choking cloud.
Period. Extra failed cap.
Lethal.
Did I go back to Philippines song? You got Bruno Mars. Now, I do have Bruno. That's a great point, actually. I didn't even think about that when you first said that. I wasn't smart enough to have a witty enough come back on that.
Toxic rain. What luck? Toxic rain.
Project with the sub. I appreciate you, man. Speaking of which, what time is it for everybody in chat? For me, it's like 3 a.m. That's Eastern Standard Time. ESC. Rising 4 p.m. Jeez. Are you wait, where are you from? Australia, New Zealand, or? Okay.
Slow.
9 a.m., 5 a.m. Oh god, okay. Alright. I guess I'll say this now. 4 p.m. for J-Mac. I say I actually asked that because I'm it may not be a permanent thing, but well, it probably won't be a permanent thing. We'll just kind of see how it goes. But I think my time slot or my streaming time slot might change a little bit this week. Maybe this week going into next week, just to kind of see how it goes. Reason why I'm saying that is because I think I'm getting to a point where, like, how I have things scheduled
What can I do for you?
is a bit difficult to maintain. And what I mean by that is, how do I explain this? So I work obviously morning / afternoon, and late afternoon to the early evening I do the things that I can't do while, you know, because I'm working. Then of course there's food, there's the wife, and then after that I prepare myself to stream at night. Right, that's generally what happens, and I stream at night. Then I might take a nap when I get off because I'm usually like tired at, you know, because I stream and I get like maybe 3 or 4 hours of sleep before work usually because of the time slot that I stream. So I'm thinking about possibly. Are you kidding me? 2 life per enemy hit, really? That's how you gonna do me? Anyways, so I'm thinking about trying to stream right after I get off of work. So instead of being like coming home, maybe taking a nap, get some housework or whatever done, and eat and all that stuff like that. In this stream, I'm thinking about why don't I just stream as soon as I get home from work. So that would be more like a 3:30 p.m. So it'd be like 3:30 p.m. to like 9 p.m. sort of thing. So like I don't have like any downtime between it. Because what ends up happening is that like I get anxiety usually before I have to stream. I know that probably sounds really weird to say that, but it's like when you already have a long day after working and then doing other things, and then you know you're about to stream another 5 or 6 hours roughly after that, like your mind doesn't really get a chance to like rest and not think about that until you actually do the thing, right? And like your body just goes through. I mean, you can call it stress, but what it really is that like you don't really get like a mental break, if that makes sense, because you're constantly thinking about what else you have to do, because you know you have another responsibility right after that, which in this case scenario would obviously be, well, streaming. So I'm thinking if I just stream right after I get off of work, I literally won't have that downtime. I can just work straight through, and then when I get off streaming, I can just have that downtime, not think about anything else besides going to, you know, eat food, whatever, chill for the night, and then go to bed, sort of thing. So that might be a thing that I might start attempting, maybe starting tomorrow, just to kind of see how I feel about it. So it'll be more like a day-ish, early evening-ish stream sort of thing versus what we do now. And it's an experiment. Obviously, it's not a permanent thing, unless it just ends up being better for me overall. But it's definitely just an experiment. That's why I asked him, like, you know, what time is it for most people right now? You know, watching, because I know you guys are used to watching me like at this, you know, these late hours. Her face mask. The only bad thing about it, obviously, is that I'll be streaming when a lot of the big names are streaming in that time frame, so that will be viewer count. Obviously, is definitely going to take a hit naturally. That and of course, well, growth. I'm a degen and work at home. Doesn't matter. Free. Okay. Yeah, it'll definitely be an experiment. I'm just need to figure out a better way to do this, or to continue to do this long term, and also not be a detriment to myself at the same time. Probably the best way to put it. Has anyone else seen the King of the Hill skill packets in? What is that?
What do you think?
8%. Okay, well. Physical attacks. Dexterity. It's already pretty shitty. We'll just go ahead and... You know what? We'll give you a shot. What you got? Ah, attack speed.
On with the work.
Actually, a good bit of attack speed too. What you got? One more. One more. What you got? Accuracy rating. Yeah, this is
What can I do
cooked.
for you? On with the work.
Okay, can we go to the boss now? Yeah, we can. I got no whatchamacallits in this area though, like none.
Greetings. Until next time.
What is it? Take your time. Go.
Okay.
Choking cloud.
I totally agree with you. You do like that's works for you. Yeah, I just know that like I guess for me, it's a bit tricky because I've always established myself as like the late night streamer, right? Being on at nighttime and whatnot, and I've done that for like 4.5 years, right? Almost going on 5 years, I think now. So if it ends up working out that way, then that'd be a pretty big shift. But also, I guess more time zones would also be helpful too, because then more people would be able to kind of be able to view from across the world. Whereas like like when I start my stream, usually most of Europe is asleep, right? Or sleeping. This is like 2 a.m., 3 a.m. for them at least.
Miasma.
You get an Asian and Aussie views at the time. I would say some West Coast United States as well. Probably like At least for the earlier parts of the stream, because they're 3 hours behind me, so like it's like 12:16 a.m. for them, like barely midnight for the West Coast viewers. Kuso, you're West Coast? Yeah. So like, let's say if I stream later on the day or tomorrow like that, like if I start at like 3:30 p.m., it'll be like noon for you. Why did I do that? Like, I literally should have played it safe and I didn't. I literally thought I was going to catch them before they caught me. I'm far on the West Coast. As a matter of fact, I'm in the middle. That's right. You're in Hawaii, right?
Yes.
Yes.
I think I've gotten like negative XP today. I started off like around here earlier today, and about 5 hours later I'm like down here. %40 fire resistance.
Hello. Until next time.
There we go again. I do not know why I did that though. Like, I saw that was a bad idea, and like legit I still went for it. I didn't think it was gonna be a one shot though, but I knew that was a bad idea when I went for it. It's gonna be a while before I reach any of the other bosses, it seems like, or even get close to a boss. I don't even know where I want to go. Is that a citadel right there? That's just a tower. Those are towers, okay. She don't even know where to go. I might just call this I might just call this day a rip, because that's kind of what it was. I didn't get any upgrades, and I went backwards in XP today. I did get some more 15 maps, but that's kind of about it. That's been my that's been the only progress I made today. Let's see. I guess we'll throw in a tower.
Toxic rain.
It's a big grip I have at PoE too once I get there. Instead of finding my class in the game. Well, I mean there are some things that are definitely unfair. There are some one shots that are kind of unfair. There are some on death effects that are kind of hard to see that can also one shot you. I would say like the death I just had was definitely preventable. But I guess what I don't like about that approach there is that anytime that I fight south, it's always kind of hard to see. So I gotta like tiptoe and be very, very careful. Otherwise, like one wrong move can be like your life, which is exactly what that was. But I ultimately could have prevented that. But what I will say is I do find that in early access, considering that, you know, there's definitely balance that needs to happen and stuff, like the content as well as, you know, amongst other things, I do feel like considering that the game can feel far too punishing, given that there are things that are out of your control that you can die to that you yourself can't really prevent. Like you lose a lot. It's like it's already bad enough that you lose that map, right? Like you lose the key, whatever you juiced up in the maps you put onto it, right? But then you lose the affixes on the map. You lose the boss. You lose XP. Like just for one, yeah. And you lose when picked up, yeah. You lose a lot. For I don't mind losing. I don't mind, you know, that they're being punishment. It's like you took a risk, it didn't pay off, you lose like 7 or 8 things because of it. This leads you to, I guess, not wanting to take risks. And ultimately, in more cases than one, like playing a build to where that isn't risky, right? Because the risk, because the punishment is so high. Right. So it's like, oh man, you know, I want to try this thing out, or I want to see how this thing does on this map. Well, that's really risky because if it fails once, you lose a lot of that end time for trying that. So instead of encouraging you to experiment, it discourages you upon trying something that you don't know if it's going to work out well or not. Especially when it comes to like a mechanic, like let's say Breach or Delirium, or like hey, I wonder if I do this thing for my setup, will it be better for Breach, or would it be better for that? You won't know, right? Because you'll know if you die, but you know.
Toxic rain.
You feel like you're playing hardcore. I mean, that's kind of it's based. Well, it does kind of feel like a hardcore endeavor in that sense. I just think specifically for early. I mean, I don't know what the right tuning is for, you know, what would be for launch, but I do think for at least for early access, while the game is in the current state that it's in, right, that it shouldn't be that punishing for a technically a testing product, right? You want people to go out and like experiment and find things and figure out things and exploit things and find OP stuff and stuff like that. You don't want to prevent people from taking risk in an early access. I'll put it that way. But I do it anyways because I don't really care that much. But if this was like released though, like if it was like release, I'd probably care a bit more. Moth is high. How does that flex feel, sir?
Yes.
That's actually a lot of mana. Still not better than my current belt though.
Hello.
I don't really have. I don't even have that many good tablets either. Now I think about it. Actually, how do I get here? Okay. Okay, so I gotta go around the mountain. Gotta go here to here to here to here, and then to here. Is that how that works? Master Stand sucks. Need to work on Indian gyrations. Death logs would be nice. Death logs would be nice. It'd be nice to sometimes it'd be nice to know what I died. Sometimes I know, and then other times it'd be like, what in the world just happened? I definitely have quite a few why moments where I'm just like, yo, why, how, and what happened. No, like death logs in terms of like what hit you.
Choking clouds.
Like killed by such and such. You need like a 1 minute death replay. Maybe not that far. Yeah, maybe that can be like a MTX feature or something. Maybe you could pay for it later, but I do think a death log would be nice. Alright, let me like ultra pay attention on this one. JJK said build a keyless fire. I have to try it. It's definitely try hard, and it's definitely not a meta setup. But I legit enjoy playing the build. Yo, that hurt a lot just now.
That's quite nice.
Why are there doors in those rooms and like nothing in it?
Miasma.
Whoa. Oh, I didn't even see. What? I did not realize there was something still alive in that smoke. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. You gotta be kidding me, man. How was I supposed to know there was? Well, I was. Yeah, but I got stabbed. But I didn't see anything or anybody in the smoke, so I didn't think anything was alive still in the smoke. So I thought I was safe to pick up and loot, but the game said no. Is it nah? What happened?
Hello.
Does the XP loss happen at the access? Yep. I've actually have gone backwards in my XP tonight. I actually started off like around here. In the past 5.5 hours, I've been down here. I dropped, so I actually lost XP today. If you die, you lose XP. Yeah.
Hello. Yes.
Yeah, the touching period too. Can't go back to D4. All right.
We prepared for all contingent. Until next time.
Such a sad loss of a map. Is that why you died? I feel like you're just kind of here for the flex, right? You wanna flex, sir? I saw your unsolicited flex earlier. Maybe once a day. I would do crit. I don't even think flexing is really possible in solo self-found. You're never gonna like find something good enough to where you can kind of skate through. It's gonna always be kind of a journey, like an uphill battle almost.
Choking cloud.
But so seriously though, like what was in that smoke though? Like, or at least is there like a shimmer or something that I could have saw? Like I could see that like if the mob is still if there's mob still in the smoke or not, or because I legit didn't see it. If someone else saw it, let me know. Blood dudes tend to leave puddles behind. Well, yeah, so the puddle didn't kill me. It was lowering my health, but it wasn't what killed me. The guy from the smoke stabbed me, but I legit thought there was no more mobs in the smoke. So I didn't know that there was somebody still alive there. So my question is, what's the best way to know if mobs are still in this, or if there's mobs in the possible smoke or whatever? Is there like, you know, some sounds they make? Is there some movement? Is there like a shimmer? Or you got Moxie's docs. No real rate. Oh, something is still there is a major issue with this game. If you move away from the smoke, they move with you. You can see them. Okay, so if I'm still in the smoke, I can't see them then. Can the mod have an on effect that is shattered? I have no idea. Is how you play mostly freeze builds if you can. And that makes sense. That makes sense why a lot of people have like gravitated that way. But it's like, it's one of those things where if we can kind of talk about what the thing is, what the counters are, and whether those counters are fair or if they even exist, then we can kind of open a conversation about what, you know, what needs to be changed or maybe not need to be changed, you know, etc. But yeah, I mean, freeze is definitely a band-aid to that, right? Or to some of those problems. If a counter isn't, you know, appropriate, I'll put it that way. Or I'll say counter play. I'll put it that way. Really? I'm ready full? 3 items, 4 items. I'm about to spam some random arrows though this time. You're not hitting. I feel like I haven't been doing a lot of that today. I'm taking the bed each time. I was going through a second about it. So like that. We're taken care of. Sorry about something. No, I mean, okay, so I guess the thing, what I meant by that, Moth, is that I think we had a conversation, right? We were talking about something. And then your comment out of nowhere, right? It's like 2.3 million DPS on your castle shot, ball lightning paired with rods, and hella cold damage freeze and one-shot boss. So that was like a literally zero context comment, right? It'd be different if someone asks, "Hey, yo, what build are you playing? What you doing?" And then you type that, but that kind of like came out of like a left field where it's like, wait, huh? Like, because I was looking at, I was like, who's he responding to? That's what I'm saying. Sorry for what you're going through. I'm definitely not saying anything of that, but that's what I meant by unsolicited. So usually in that case scenario, if there's no context, that's usually looked at as flex. And if you want to flex, it's totally fine. I'm not. I'm you know I have no problems. No problems with that.
Yes.
As long as you're not disrespectful, you can flex all you want. Here at least. I don't know about other places, but yeah, you can flex here.
I'll be here.
But I am glad that you're enjoying the game.
Miasma.
Ritual precursor tablet. But you can get poison to work. Oh well, yeah. I mean, this is. It's not. Yeah. Yeah. I'm definitely not doing poison. Even though the skills are technically poison, but this is definitely a physical build.
Easy trophy.
Like the variety the game gives you though. Had like 7 tabs open while building this with inputs. From Maxroll, some of those guys. Yeah, Mox is a cool guy. Zero mobs remain. Okay, physical. 36 mana per. These all suffixes. Yeah, we have one prefix. And I'm out of whatchamacallit, so exalted orbs, so we're gonna have to wait for that one.
Yes. Only take what? I'll be here, waiting.
Been build crafting with Moxie since Borderlands 2. Yeah, that was like his original game, right? He was like he came from Borderlands. That's how he blew up.
What is it? This is what we have available. Deal.
Shit, 8 though. Was that my last 15? It was. No additional 15s drop. And I couldn't get to a... Well, actually, I had 2 bosses that I died before I got to the bosses, so those are my fault. Hydrate. He's in a poison staff ranger right now. Yeah, hydrate. How long has it been? Drink some water. I actually had like a soda can. Probably not great, but I like Star.
Choking cloud.
They're getting closer. They will find you, and they will destroy.
I saw the on death effect too late. I'm playing bad tonight. I'm playing awful tonight. This probably means I probably need to hang it up. Look how much XP I lost tonight. Yeah, I went hella backwards today. I guess we can rip one more for the stream redeem. I'm out of whatchamacallits. Arbor transmission.
Hello.
But yeah, it's been awful tonight, man. I've been bad. I mean, I have no SPS. It's best time. I'm not even doing risky stuff. I'm just trying to play. I'm just dying to things. I would say maybe like two deaths were definitely. Sorry, 3 deaths were definitely my fault. The other 3 or 4 were questionable, where I literally did not know how I died. But then there were like 2. There were like 3. I was like, so there was 3 where I was just like, yeah, I probably should have like been more careful. I saw that on death effect too late. Be like that, whereas game offers different so great games, then you guys are gonna be careful. I think that there is a difference between just having to actually be careful, and then there are just some things you just literally cannot see. Sometimes it really is okay. You're just trying to zoom, and you just, yeah. And there are others where it's just like, bro, why does that even exist? All right, so since we're gonna zoom in, I probably need an open map for this. Any random open Crimson Shores? Sure, why not? All right, YOLO. Should do it with this one. You sure you know the Angel Shield is the best defense right now? Yeah, I know. Until they probably nerf it, because it's like super strong.
Death from above.
But it's not like I can re-gear for it now, though. I mean, people forget I'm solo self-found. Like, That shit takes a while to kind of like change up your stuff. If you're trading, you can just trade out for different gear. So let's say I found like, you know, you got like about a week before you can make the change. Oh, it's camera zoom? It is zoom. It's the game zoom, not the cam zoom. If it was cam zoom, then it wouldn't be challenging. The whole zoom in thing is to make the experience like harder. I'm gonna hit that effects. I'll say the camera angles in this game while zoomed in looks really interesting compared to other games that zoomed in. Dude. I didn't even know I was out of the whatchamacallit. Whoopsies. Probably kind of pointless to pick up waystones. A high level one is not going to drop here. I guess I'll pick up the 8 though. You said don't zoom in. Nope. I gotta honor the redeem, sir. It's only an 8, so it's really not. It's not that bad. Someone just got mobbed though.
Raining death.
Okay, I'll put that there. Imagine you play with this field of view. I'm kind of glad I chose the map I did though. Like, yeah, I think it looks really cool. Like the beach. the shore, I guess. The chest is on the other side. You kidding? All that for that. Kind of looks more like one of those action movies or whatever, right? At this field of view, especially with all the flipping I'm doing or whatever. Like explosions happening everywhere, green slime explosions. There we go.
Now this will come in handy.
I guess I'll finish with the maps. This will probably be my last map for the night. Anything over here? Nope. Oh, whoa. The ambush. Jaeger, what's going on? Is it Jagger or Jaeger? I had a few friends that had a name like that. Name.
What can I do for you?
Okay. Alright, we'll gamble with the gold tomorrow. I'll probably just gamble quivers because I kind of want to see if I can get one with. Yeah, quivers and gloves, I guess, at this point. But alright, so what did we end up accomplishing today? Besides loss of XP and loss of map nodes along the way. Probably nothing. I did learn something about waystones though, being able to build stuff to be able to juice waystones whenever I choose to get to that point. It's kind of really it. Few towers. Other than that, it has been a it's been a backwards day. We do have more gold than we did before. That is a plus. And I consolidated on my map. I was just kind of sitting in my stash doing that. And probably need to do that again before I go too. Let's see. I should keep that one. That's just Waystone's drop chance though. That's 11. We'll keep it. Let's see. 2-2. Can I go inside the monolith? What's inside the monolith? Oh, by the way, what's inside the monolith you want me to see? Just to trigger the quest. It's right there though, right? It says investigate the burning monolith now. Unless it triggers a different quest. 13. It does what? It triggers the next quest by just going inside. No fighting, just talking. Any symbols. Okay, is that it? Or do I keep going? Oh, okay, well, I wouldn't be able to do it anyways, right? Crisis fragments. I don't even know what oh, I see. Iron citadel, copper citadel, stone. I see. Got it. Does it just look cooler for me to have all the quests on the right side, or what? Do I look legit now?
What is it? Time is of the essence.
Oh, I see. 12, 12, 12. Gives me a 13. Got one. So we got 3 13s, I guess, now. No, 2 13s. 1 13. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 14s. I guess with these 14s, I'm gonna have to just actually look at the affixes and until I can grab some more 15s. Ooh, that's actually a pretty cool tablet. I won't do any rituals though.
Hello. Only take what is not. Time is not on our side.
Yeah, okay. I guess that's it. And we'll start with these 5 14s tomorrow. Also figure out my lightning res life. Also chaos at some point. Chaos is so hard to get. Could put back on that that ring for the rarity. You do lose a lot of that physical though, but at least I have more chaos and also better rarity. So I might just do that tomorrow. Actually, I didn't even know I had this. Probably can't do that. Yeah, I like destroy my, I say destroy my cold, but yeah, 58%. Where's the other ring at? That physical is so good, but oh well. No, I'm 1% under under for cold. Alright, I'll put that there. Alright.
Yes.
That is it for tonight, guys. Tomorrow we'll have a better day. Let's see. Who to go to? Gonna this king. We'll go to king. He's playing melee. I think he's playing a warrior. I think we've been there like last week, right? A couple of times last week. Not a couple of times, but I think I rated him like last week or a week before last. One of those. I can't keep up with it with it all. And yeah, enjoy King. I'll see y'all, I guess, sometime during the day. 3:30 ish Eastern Standard Time tomorrow. So trying a new time slot. For those who are confused, you'll see me around that time rather than like the late night. But anyhow, enjoy King, and as always, till next time.